Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I went to the wrong page. Ignore that transition. Hi, chat. How are you doing? I'm hiding my Warframe behind you because behind me because I know y'all are gonna make fun of me for its colors. It's fine. It's totally ignore that. Ignore the animation. Ignore the animation. It's fine. It's fine. Is it berry colored? This one is not, but a lot of the other ones are. We'll look at them. We'll look at them. I promise before we get into what we need to do. No, it's not those colors. It's not those colors. Do you want to see? Ooh, lag. Hello? Does it got a big booty like the rest? No. It's using hashtags. I'm so proud. I actually deleted the tweet from Blue Sky. I was like, maybe I should add the Warframe hashtag for shits and giggles to the Blue Sky one. You missed. But it's pink. I made my Saren pink. This isn't even recent. I just logged in last night and it was already pink and I completely forgot that it was pink. But this isn't even the one that I usually play. I was just playing this one because it's not max level and I was doing like a shitload of quests. Do we want to go look at the other Warframes? Also, hold on. I still have Clip Studio open for some reason. All right. This is my ship. It's very ugly because I've done like fucking nothing. I don't have the personal segment because I'm very far behind. Like, if anybody doesn't know, apparently you get like a room like here. I don't have that. I haven't built it. I need an argon crystal. Hey, buddy. Anyway. Has a dumpy? What do you mean she does? Wait, she does? Damn! Anyway. This isn't the Warframe that I usually play. I usually play my Titania. I like my Titania. She's so cool. Get the pop-up popcorn time for Baron to grind all of Warframe today. Yeah, because I need to finish the Railjack. I need to build the fucking personal thing segment. I need to farm what is it? Neural sensors. I need like 3 more neural sensors. But I do have other ones. I have like my old Ember. This was, I think, the second Warframe I ever got. I genuinely have no idea where I got Ash Prime. I've never used it. I plan on never using it. I hate it. I don't like it. Of course, Mag. I like my Mag. She's very cool. Hey, Ziggy, how are you doing? Of course, Mesa. Mesa's all right. I haven't really played them much. They're only level 11 or rank 11. I haven't played the Nova Prime either. I have no idea where I got Nova Prime. I think I was farming something else and just ended up getting all the stuff I needed for Nova Prime before whatever I was actually farming for. I have an Octavia. I have never played them. New job starts in 2 weeks, so I'm prepping. Oh, sick. Hell yeah, Ziggy. Are you excited? Of course, Saren. Saren with like the head swapped because I didn't like the head that came with this original one. My Titania. I have Trinity Prime. I've used her a little bit. I don't really use her that often. Hardly ever. Then I have a Valkyr. I also have not used her. She has like basically the same fucking color palette I gave her when I got her. So that was like when I was in high school, I think. I'm pretty sure it was when I was in high school. I was curious to see if there was other like Warframes that I wanted. And there are. Like, I do want Citron because I think they're really cool. I want Dagoth, but to get Dagoth, you have to be part of a clan and have a clan dojo. I've never been part of a clan. Actually, I think I was part of a clan once, But it fell apart because basically everybody stopped playing. So this will be a fun stream. It's okay. I'm just as clueless. But yeah, I want Dagoth at some point. I fucking just love the fit. Clan go rounds. I like I don't know how long. Ooh. Who are you? Okay. Dagoth Earth, shut up. There were others. I did the mission to get Gara's like blueprint yesterday, but I don't really have much plans on getting her. Even though she is kind of cool. She is kind of cool. I do kind of want Gyre, weirdly enough. But no idea how to get her. We're doing the mission for Harrow right now, because we kind of got it. It's part of the main missions. I want Jade eventually, but that's also part of the main story. Very cool little angel-looking Warframe. We're ignoring the pregnant part, chat. Behave. Gyre just got a prime. She did? Huh. I have no idea what it looks like, but I do like Gyre. I really do. She looks very cool. Oh, combing. I do want to get Kome too at some point. Trying to get Revenant? Ooh. Why'd they put that in the game? Because it's part of her story. We'll get to that. We're gonna be doing her mission. Maybe today, depending on how fast we can go. It's relevant to her character. It's actually relevant and it's very tragic. But there were others. What were they? Noko's kind of cool. I like the Mushroom Man. Araxia's kind of cool. Oh, Revenant, here's the one that you were going for. Damn! Okay. Huh. But this one's part of the new stuff. I forget, do you get Uriel for free or do you have to build him? Do you build Uriel? Does anybody know? Or do you just get him from doing the story? Because it seems like you just get him from doing the story. From like the new content. I'm literally the devil from the Bible. You build him? Okay. So you only get him for the story mission. I want Varuna. I want Varuna so goddamn bad, dude. She's so cool. Although I don't like her head, but there's probably already options to change her head, right? Right. I do have Zaku's blueprint already because I've done that mission. They're kind of neat. In like their own little horrifying way. Hi, Bounce. How are you doing? I just think my laptop can run this. I mean, wait, did they change what Zephyr looked like? Did they do a complete rehaul of Zephyr? I don't remember her looking like this at all. Damn. Maybe I want Zephyr too. Jesus. I can get you any prime you want. I want Prime Titania. I want Prime Titania. Who else did you mention got a Prime Gyre? I want Prime Gyre and I want Prime Titania. No Zeph rework? Did they just change her appearance then? Because I don't remember her looking like this. I could have swore she was like scrawnier and more humanoid, kind of like closer to like Urelian. Well, she was like an archer. Like a really skinny archer. Now they've made her like really like aerodynamic looking. Hey kiddo. Hi Void. I do, like I said, I do have a couple primes. Like I have Trinity Prime, I have Nova Prime, and I have Ash Prime. I think Ash Prime I got from like Twitch drops or something. Or maybe some point I actually did have like their, whatever it was, their Prime membership. And this was like the one for the month. Because I do have, let's go back. I do have like some Prime guns too. And yeah, you'll notice I have some duplicates of some weapons. I actually have no idea how I got
What's
the
your
duplicates.
pleasure? What's your fear?
Fairbanks! Warframe! Yeah, Warframe. See, I have a second Boltor, and I have no idea how I got it. I have no idea how I got it. And like, oh, I need to swap this. I needed this for a mission. What was I using before? See, I have two fraggers for frag wars. I was using the Silva. I was leveling up the Silva. Because I like sword and shield. It's so good to play summon demons and support you kill your enemies like real demons. I use them to hunt Eidolon solo. Ooh. It is a far bunk. Vibrates in Mesa. I do have a Mesa. I like Mesa. I got Mesa pretty early on, but I just like never really played her. Because just after getting Mesa, I got Titania and I was like, I think this is the one. I think this is the one. I mentioned this before. I have a bad habit though of once I hit like the max rank on these Warframes, I end up swapping to like the other one. So like when we logged in, I was playing Saren and we're probably going to keep playing Saren. Yes, I would kill for Gyra Titania's prime. How can I show profile? Also, why is it telling me? Oh, it's just telling me this is new. I just got this because there's a bunch of Warframe codes that I put in this morning before I went to the gym. So I have like this one. And I think I have like the gold skin for it. If I go here, if I go to appearance, no skins. There we go. Wink. Excellent. Excellent. But wait a second. Don't I have stance? I do. I have decisive judgment for Nakanas. But I don't think it fits with this Warframe for double-handed strikes. But let's go back to our. Ooh, what are you? Damn! That's a big shield. Damn, I remember when Silva and what is this? Silva and Nox, whatever it was, or was the only sword and shield. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Now I'm kind of just looking at these weapons that I've never seen before. This one I remember though. Mastery locked. Oh right, I'm only mastery 6. Ooh. Ooh. Oh god. Ghoul saw. That's crazy. Ooh. Wait. Tag to the Discord if I can run it? Hell yeah. Go strangely well together. I like my city pump. I also completely forgot that it was still on. So if you want me to turn it off, I can turn it off. We probably will turn it off because like we're doing missions. So there's a lot of conversations that go on. I'm just kind of taking all of the new stuff in that I didn't look at last night. Oh, this is Gara's hammer. I guess it counts as a hammer. It kind of gives battle axe energy in a weird way. Okay. But I don't really have much of anything else I need to do. Things that I could like I'm fine with just randomly picking up while we're doing all of these missions is I need an argon crystal for the personal quarters segment because we need it to unlock some of the like later missions. I'm just missing argon crystals. Do you have me added? I don't know. Here, let me see. Let me open. Here it is. If you need to add me, there's the name. There's the name. I actually, this morning I specifically bought a little bit of platinum because I had like a 50% off coupon for platinum. Just enough so that I could do a name change. Because it was my old username that I used like way back in high school. Name is the same. I have no idea how to add friends. I genuinely have no idea how to add friends. Maybe it's communication? Friends? Add friend. 2135. I have no idea how to add friends. I don't, because I haven't played this game since like high school. Or maybe middle of college. Is this just it? I don't need to do like the like hashtag number thing. PP poo poo. Okay. It's quite old. Didn't it come out in like 2014? 2012? 12 years. They just said that they've been in beta for 12 years. So 12 years from now is 2013. I didn't know you played Warframe. I played a long time ago. I'm coming back because it seems very interesting now. And it's kind of fun to play. It's fun to play Warframe. Especially now that I have a PC that doesn't melt down when I play it. Because when I first played Warframe, I was playing it on like one of those like Windows all-in-one computers that's basically just like a giant fat monitor. But if anybody wants to add me, just like drop your name or something. But tell me you're telling me your Warframe name just so that I know. Put like Warframe username, : and then what it is. And if anybody wants me to send friend invites or anything, that's totally fine. Sugar Poo, that's a good name. That's a good name. Stuff and things. Yeah, here's so long ago that I don't remember who any of these people are. Oh my God. 10 years. 10 years. That's actually this year, damn.
A lovely gift from the beauty up front.
You don't have it yet? That's okay. Oh wait, that's the gifts. Abso-fucking-lutely beef. Sorry, not beef. I still beef. That's this desecration demon. I was looking at the like activity feed and then I looked at chat and I saw the fucking VIP box. I'm getting Warframe right now. Oh, ER. Uh-oh. Fairbanks started playing Warframe. You snarky little bastard. All right. Sugar with an ER. Okay, I got you. So I just sent that to other stuff and things. Okay, there we go. Fairbanks, what's your username? Tell me your secrets, you little shaky little freak. I could always use help with farming things. I do not like doing stuff solo, and I've been doing stuff solo for a while. Thing is though, is I also don't know how many like slots I have for Warframes. Have they gotten rid of the like limitation on Warframes? Or do I still need to buy Warframe slots? Fairbanks, please tell me you play Muscle Mommy, Hydrix, or whatever her name is. The same intern again? God damn it. Anybody else? Anybody else am I forgetting? Did you send me your name or do I need to check Discord? Oh, I do have a message from you in Discord. Oh God, not the Mesa Prime T-pose. Crazy. I'm a Mesa main? Good. I mean, Mesa's a very cool fucking frame. I think Mesa was the first frame I ever saw where I saw somebody like easy farming as just a stationary Mesa standing on top of like a thing and just pouring the whole time, just using the fourth ability. You have to up your mastery rank? Oh. Huh. Because I remember in the past, if you like bought frames with like platinum or whatever it is, they would come with like a Warframe slot, which made me think there was like a maximum number you can have. T. Shigo Fatso Prime? What? That's a hilarious name. That's a hilarious name. What story mission am I on? I have to finish making the railjack. And I'm working on Chains of Harrow. I like just started the Chains of Harrow last night. Railjack mission, I think. Yeah, I've basically done all of the resources for the Railjack except the last 3 neural sensors that I need. So I need to do like a mission on Jupiter. But I'm kind of hedging my bets that if I keep doing other missions, that it'll eventually just give me a mission in Jupiter and I can get some neural sensors. You don't have to. I figured that was the case. I guess Carrie's not here because I know Carrie's obsessed with this game. But is there anybody else I need to add? Do I need to buy you a Railjack? What do you mean buy you a Railjack? I mean, I'm just doing the mission. I only need neural sensors. But if you're like me, I want to own everything. I kind of just want, there's so many Warframes in this game. I kind of just want to own the ones that I actually like. But if I get like primes along the way, just from like farming or something, I'm totally fine with that. No one else? Are we good? Are we good? Nobody needs to add? What were some of the other things I was going to look at? Blessing. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. My brain was looking at that and I was thinking the character Shigo and then the word fatso. So I was like, is that fat Shigo? Look up Kim Possible's Shigo and you'll know the character. I'm sorry about that, Tuka. That's my own bad. Get the game unfortunately work. That's totally fine. I'm not upset at all. I'll add you tomorrow. Even better. Yeah, my name's the same everywhere, so that works, you guys. That works. But let me see here. Oh, I remember. I was gonna go. I don't need to click through the menu to get there. I'm right next to it. And it was, let me see. Somebody said Muscle Mommy. Are you thinking of Hydron? Right? You're thinking of Hydron, right? Just optimizing my download cache? Okay, I was right. You were thinking of Hydron. She's so chunky, dude. She's huge. Good Lord. I do like Korra too. Thing is though, is I also don't know what like most of the primes look like. Is there a prime menu still? There used to be. I go up here, go here to the market. Didn't there used to be like a prime section? Not Prime Resurgent, is it? Prime Access.
Let's talk about the goods.
Oh no, this is the shop. Okay, this is that one shop. There's Hydron Prime. Damn! Ooh. That is a serious gun. Good Lord. Okay. Wisp Prime looks pretty cool. I don't know why, for some reason, this just reminds me of Legion, World of Warcraft Legion. Strangely enough. But. What other ones are here? It looks like it's just those two right now. It's just Wisp and Hydron that are available. Isn't that just default Octavia? Oh, these are themes. Huh. Hey, it's Protea. I didn't realize Protea Prime was a thing. Weird. Warframing? Heck yeah, we're gonna be.
I can't tempt you.
We're gonna be at some point. It's not deluxe bundles. Ooh. I hate that you can't turn it. The multi-hands. Oh. Well, that's a Veruna skin. But good Lord. I forgot how cool some of the skins are in this game. Like, damn! That's a cool skin. Very steampunk. I like it. All right. Have we lollygagged enough as much as that? That's a Mesa skin? Oh. That's a damn cool skin. Okay. Yo, very Aztec looking Styanax? Styanax. Wait, this is a Valkyr skin? Carnivex. You're serious? Jesus, those arms, dude. Where are your hands? I'm working, can't play it now. I'd never. Cosmetics for unowned items. Okay, I don't have fist weapons apparently. Valkyrie was one of the earliest ones that I unlocked. Good lord. Is this skin just for like any fist weapons? I guess. I can only guess. Yeah, this is the one that I have. I have Titania's Empress one. Oh wait, this is the bundle. I only have the skin. I don't have any of the extra attachments. That's why it's discounted. What in the Final Fantasy clown shit is this? A landing craft skin? Damn. Huh. It was Mr. Foster. Oh. Fucker comes with fist weapons? True. Why does he look like a mix? That's Power Rangers? Are you sure? Wait, this is Zephyr? Jesus. Jesus. Okay, I think that's enough shenanigans. So, here, let's do missions real quick. So, like, what I was saying is, like, I have these missions. These are just side missions that I've picked up that I know I already have available. So, like, this one already has Deadlock Protocol required. I need the Railjack, which I'm working on. And then Sands of Iranos blueprint for Barrow Katir? Where's Barrow Katir? Made it look like it was a Gundam. It already looks like it's partially a Gundam. It looks like a Gundam if it was also the protagonist of like a 90s sci-fi anime. The weekly vendor? Oh. But yeah, I've been working on the main missions because we're currently stuck on these two. Like this one, we're working on Chains of Hero right now, but this one also requires the personal quarters segment. My mail. What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? No fucking way. Is that the whole bundle? Wait. No, that's not the whole thing, right? What did that bundle give me? Do I need to reload the ship? A grundle of a bundle? Listen, it's not... Am I blind? No, it's not here. It's still... He's still right here for some reason. But hold on. Did it not... Oh, no, that's the affinity booster. Right? Or is that telling me I have mail? Did you redeem it? Doesn't it automatically redeem if it's in my mailbox? Or do I need to go to the shop and like click it? Please tell me I didn't just delete it. Okay, how do can I reload without, here, actually. Can I reload without? Do I have to go someplace and then come back? It's fine. We'll do a mission and then we'll come back and mess with it. Again, though, this is the mail icon, right? Friend invite. Who's this little nerd? F is not doing anything. Go back. Go back. Why aren't you working, F? Grabs you. Okay, this is a pending one. So this one is the one that we can remove. Okay. Also, I kind of want to change. Oh wait, that actually took me where I wanted it to go. There it is, the glyphs. Do I not? Owned. I was gonna say, I've never once changed my glyph. It's still just the little lotus one.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
What the fuck are you? Horrifying. Horrifying. Maggot Prime Tenobomb? We'll take Octavia. Okay. Can I get an F in chat? What do you mean? Horrifying or horrifying? Why do y'all keep thinking when I say horror, I'm saying the word whore? Do I have an accent I'm unaware of? Okay. Let's stop the music because these are story missions. Unless y'all still want the music and I can like turn it down a little bit. All right. All right, mission time. The horror effect. Shut up. The Carcadons? As in the shark chapter that has the giant shark on their ship? The megalodon, if you will?
Find Rel's object of focus, child. You are close to this.
Oh, right. This is a horror mission. I still don't know what this thing is. This feels like it's supposed to be something, and I keep coming across them. Hello? Hello?
These messages, they express Rel's suffering. He's lashing out. I should have seen the cracks forming.
He suffers while you
I
dream?
don't understand. How would Rel know about the dream?
Great sentient queen.
God, it's so
Forgive
dark.
me, but what you are, what you've made of yourself, is merely drawn from the dreams of these divine children.
Warframe, yes, Warframe's with it.
You are not
Rap, tap, tap.
Margulis.
What are you saying? That Rel is a Tenno? Impossible. All Tenno are known to me. I protect them, as she did.
Oh, but not Rel. Margulis cast him out. For he was different. Our
Everyone talks about-
foremothers took him
I
in
genuinely
and
do
studied
not
his
know.
teachings. We became the veil, the shroud of his blessed existence.
Cast out. I don't believe you.
Rat, tap, tap. The man in the wall.
The man in the wall. That is what he called it. Hush.
Oh, the door opens.
Try to follow his voice.
Hi, strange mist. Hi, shadow figures. Hello? I don't like the shadow figures opening the door for me. Is it getting further away? It is, it's getting further away. Hello? What are these? Oh! Hello? Give me uppies? No. It's not this way. Oh, jeez.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Again, I don't like the sound-based game because my hearing is apparently not great. I'm no super hearing Zoa over here. Do 20 squats, you bitch. Actually, you know what? I haven't. Well, you know what? It's fine to pause here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's one thing we didn't do today, chat, and Lucian redeemed it. So hold on a quick second. We're gonna need this. Please don't be a workout. Please don't be a workout. Please don't be a workout. Oh, that's going to be AMA. Lotion! Lotion, you get a question! Anyway. All right, we'll do the squats in just a bit. We'll do the squats in just a bit. I want to get through this mission. Thing is, though, the voice is definitely gone. Do I need to follow the wind? No, that's further away. Okay, it gave me an area. Ooh. He's literally just running. What the hell? The figure's straight up just running. Okay. Okay, there it goes. Didn't it look like it just ran into the statue? But I guess not. Hello? Funny, but 100 stream streak? Jesus.
The Donda, his mother gave him this. Holy Rel was not like other children. Sound, color, touch, it overwhelmed him. The Donda's hum let him focus.
Oh! I'm sure that's fine.
No.
Hello?
Mine.
Huh? Oh, that's...
Tap, tap.
I need an adult. I need an adult. Oh, hi.
What evil is this? Sacred child, forgive me. I should have known the weight of the void would one day crush the light from me.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, my God. I don't have an objective. There's so many of
The
them!
very thing he warned us of. You cannot kill this Tenno. Run! You
Okay.
can only run!
Hi, guys. Whoop. No touch. Bad touch. Whoop. Hi, guys. Leaving. We are leaving!
Another job well executed.
You are an adult? If you say so. If you say so. With this kind of feel, I don't think there's many that are like it.
What was that thing? Lotus, can you explain this? Lotus?
Ooh.
Transference
Okay, let's go check.
energy. Fractured. It was so cold, indifferent.
Okay,
inhuman.
now it's saying that there's something new.
If Rel was Tenno, what did he become without Margulis?
No, he's still not here. Why was it saying something was new? Oh, here it is, because it's he's at the top. All right, we got to do the important thing. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's horrifying. I think I like the regular helmet a little more. What animations does he have? Listen, I do have the Titania stance, but I don't think it's the same. I think this one's better. Did it give me... Oh, right. So did y'all know that there was an Iron Mouse code for this game? Did anybody know that? Burninator? The Burninator. Yeah, so if you haven't used the code WF dash Iron Mouse, you get this wings, and I think there's like an entire color palette. Here, we'll go check. Here, appearance, colors, and then there's Daybreak here. This Daybreak is an Iron Mouse palette. All right, real quick. That can stay default. Default. Yeah, we'll do that. Accents. No. Do that. Emissions. Ooh. Do we do gold? I think we're gonna do gold. Ooh, right there. Okay, but what's the secondary color? Bleed into red, methinks? Okay, that also changes all of his flames. Do we want that? Do we want... Oh, no, I know what we need. Needs to be this. Needs to be darker. And then... Okay, this is the fleshy parts. Darker red or black? Dude, maybe we make the plates red? You have my frames already? That was so fast. That was so fast. What the fuck? A shame that there isn't more variance on all of his plates. Because this makes it look almost like my... Go back. Take this. Actually, change it back to default. I think maybe we just leave it like this. What's my in-game name? It's the same everywhere. Capital G, capital R. A living dex of normal Pokemon and ZA. All right, now do shinies. Pull in a Kami and do all shinies. I think this is what we're going to stick with. What's even better though now is that bundle, right? I think that bundle comes with outfits, doesn't it? Jesus, 36? Okay, hold on. Physique. Invite you to a game. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick before I forget, because I will forget. You know what? Yeah. Oh, I don't have one for it. I don't have an aura for it. That's fine. That's fine. I'm mostly doing solo stuff anyway. So energy siphon, streamline, stretch, ability area, yes. Let's go back to all. Sprint speed, 23 though. Energy max. Energy recharge, reflection. We'll give it, oh hey. Totally missed out. Attendant plane, who is that? Sure. Put that in for now. Only one left? That's fine. That's fine. That'd be me? Okay, good. Oh. Clan invites. Works for me. I'll take a free clan. Especially if I can get the Dagoth blueprints from it. Jesus, dude. Good lord. I didn't realize how gray these plates were. It didn't look like that on here. Hold on a second. Oh, I guess they are kind of gray. Let's make them darker. Yeah, that's better. I think I'm gonna leave the, well, actually. Bright red? Bright red. Hell yeah! And yes, my prime gun. We have all the research. No, just no, Ordain, just no. All right, hold on. We got to go do the all important. Oh, I get to see my operator. That's right. See, it's all basic shit. Equipment. That's new. That wasn't here last night. Oh, I don't have any arcanes. Oh, and that's right. I just got the amp. Okay, yeah, I just got that last night. I have no idea what it is. Appearance. Not there. Clothing. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, we're gonna change those colors in a second. Oh yeah, we're definitely changing those colors. All right. That can stay. This is changing. What is the white part? Take your throw. Now listen. It's fine. Why is part of it white? What is this button? Does anybody know what this arrow button is? Yeah, nothing's telling me what the white part is. How's the fashion frame treating you? Somebody gave me the Uriel bundle, so I'm fucking around. Wait, why didn't that actually equip it? Hello? Is it the hair? Is the hair not, like, appropriate for it? Because I really don't have a lot of options for hair. Yeah, I don't like that. I really don't like that. You know, oh, it's the randomized button? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Also, welcome in, Taller Shadow. Yeah, that's the only one I like so far. I technically could buy these with Prime, but I feel like you actually just get, like, these for free at some point, I'm sure. Fairly sure of that. Hey, yo, the hairband? I'm just kind of assuming that You do not, you don't? None of these hairs are like unlocked through playing? Well, I guess it does say a lot of these are, yo, the glasses? Kind of cute, not gonna lie. Oh, there it is. Fuck. Fuck, do I get it? Plat items are sold for plat? I mean, I know some of the Warframes you can get with plat, but you can also unlock them through playing, so I figured the hair was the same way. Nah, it's not the same. Fuck, is this the one? I have 172, and I am okay with spending some of the plat on like a good hair for the operator. I just wish the side shave looked a little bit better. It looks kind of dookie. But it's probably the closest we're gonna get to this, even if it is flipped. It's literally flipped. Oh, okay, I have it set to close. That's okay. I will fix that in just a second. Oh, I kind of want it. I kind of want it. 10,000 plat? Jesus. I'm pretty sure Carrie also has like an absurd amount of plat. I want it. Definitive salon pack. Jesus. No, I just want this one. And then I'll never buy a haircut again. Because none of the other ones work. Then we gotta go back to clothing. Here. Okay, it's ruined. Turn it back. Turn it off again. Oh, yeah. Although this time now I can actually change like the earpieces and stuff. Yeah, I will stick with that one. Just the smaller buds. Oh, that's as dark as they get. Here, let's actually do this instead. Let's make them gold. Ish. Gold-ish. I also have no idea where I got some of these color palettes. 101 plats. Yeah, that's fine. None of these I have. None of these I care to spend plat on. Like, at all. I also don't really know how these work. Like, at all. Damn, now we're styling, baby. Now we're styling. Legendary corporate. Okay. Okay, there was something else I was gonna check, right? What was it? Was it inbox or was it something else? It wasn't inbox. Was it friends? Oh. Let me accept that. I think I saw that group invite. I'm sorry, tech. There it is. Invite to game. All right, we got 2 minutes until the ad break. Do we want to do a game for the ad break today? Oh yeah, we have it because, was it Tech? The Tech was the one that was just bought the whole bundle for us? I was gonna just, dojo? Oh, it's taking me to the dojo. Okay, gotcha. Because then we can go replicate the blueprints for Dagoth. And yes, my ship is ugly, I agree. Thank you for noticing. I just haven't bothered changing it because I don't remember how to change it. Okay, we're over here? No, that's just, oh no, that is you. You are a mushroom. The babies! Where'd you go? Oh. Oh. Clan tax? I have very little monies. What do I give? What can I give? Mons? I have Mons. I also only have like a single Riven mod and I have no idea how it works and I have no idea what dragon keys are. You gotta build your key too? Is that, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I don't know how to accept a trade. I've never done a trade in this game. Do I need to put anything in? I don't see a like easily, I thought it would be this. Drag those keys. Put an ammo mod in. Okay. It won't let you trade nothing for nothing, I'm guessing. Oh, it didn't actually add that in. Why didn't it add that in? Oh, offer items. There we go. Jesus Christ. Oh, it really does do the thing where it's like... Look at him him posing over the thing. It's okay. I've got a bunch of ammo case mods. I don't even know what to do. Apparently you have to do like specific things with them. But I genuinely have no idea. Like a lot of the mechanics for it. Okay, what was one of the other things I wanted to do? Oh, look at the little dudes. Dude, they're so cute. Everyone has a wonderful day or night. Aww. Aww. Oh my god, you can pick them up. Oh. That's a middle-aged man. That is not a child. Or a teenager. The bum mushrooms, they're so cute. All right, hold on. Do we need to do a commercial break? Let me get... I do not have the game ready for y'all, so give me just a minute. Again, string pairs, because I like string pairs. String pairs is my favorite. All right. Let me get the game open for y'all. Again, though, I kind of want to give it the... I'm gonna play with the settings for this a little bit. So let me do this, filters, 3D panel, turn it on. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Let me fix the tilt a little bit. Not that way. There we go. I do have to uncrop it. Okay. I think that's fine. Can turn up the brightness just a little bit, mayhaps. There's wiggle. What does wiggle do? Oh, I see. As if it's floating. Okay, we'll put that at like 15. Wiggle rotation. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like it. And then I think everything else is fine. Is this fine? Does this work for everyone? I kind of like it. Kind of gives it this little hovery feel to it. You know what else I think I can add to this is, let's go back to filters. Add effect. Shadow. Yes. Shadow distance, select color, the darkest black you have instead of the gray. Intensity, turn that down. Hell yeah, dude. All right, we still got 6. We'll do one more. We'll do one more round. Why not? Because I was a little late on getting it open. Oh, late hacksaw. Cora Linny face. Crazy. Book URL? Oh. I forget what the... I need to hit enter? What is the... Oh, T, that's right. Oh. Oh. Damn. A shame. Wait. Is it telling me I have Halloween and the Valentine's one? It's acting like I do, but I don't think I do. Weird. Very weird. Okay, where do I find the research stuff? Left squad. While they play the game, we can go find the research stuff. Because I want to duplicate those blueprints. ML is legend. Tenno Lab. Literally right over there. Ooh. Clan key first, I think. Do I? I thought I just had to be part of the clan. That's very specific. Ooh. I can't just replicate it. Damn. Banshee. A lot of weapons in here. Nutrio Incubator Upgrade Segment Research? What is that? Orbiter's Incubator, the following regress. Don't I already have this? I feel like I already have this. That's fine. That's fine. If not fast travel to Dagos Hollow. Oh, okay. So it does say they did say that like you can't get it until you unlock Dagos Hollow, so I guess you have to do it there. Also these other researches for different wings, which I don't actually know which one I have, and I kind of want this one just because. Replicate costs 15. Okay. 15, so that's 45 left. Sure. Sure. Why not? Because I'm pretty sure I do not have these things. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Okay, and then you said it's... How do I know which one Dagos Hollow is? I need to find teleporter, I'm assuming, which... Is it this? It is this icon. How do I identify Dagos Hollow? Obstacle course. It's not on the legend. A moving iPad on the weird coordinates game? Ooh. Press start or escape. Navigation. Nope! Wrong thing. Fast travel. There it is. Oh, hey! Okay, I have enough for all the pieces. In that case. Just barely. Just barely. But not the weapons, which is okay for now. Alright, so that's something that I can farm for in the future. Oh. Okay. It's a... So the hollow is a tomb?
There was once a Dax cavalry woman, the lover of an Orokin.
Oh my god, it's the weird flesh lady.
And Aurelia. What was her name? We do not know, but they never used it. They called her by many pet names, though. For an exotic pet.
Tech Marine gave it to me. Tech Marine gave me the fucking bundle for it. So I have it like far before we're in the story for it.
Had a mere Dax been known to be engaging in relations with her betters, she would have been executed on the spot.
I think it was self-care. I did just drink, but I'm gonna take another one.
Influence was such
But this is
that
my
the
water.
affair would never be publicly addressed. Still,
Oh, I'm sorry, who was it?
feared to use her name.
I'm sorry, who was the one who gave it to me? I already forgot. Yeah, you give me Gyre and Titania, which I need to go back and make sure I start crafting, because it's going to be like 24 or 48 hours to make.
Of her own, on the condition that she never ever named it. Names were for people, not possessions. So long as it remained a mere nameless thing, she would never love it more.
So we can farm them? I do need Argon crystals, yes.
But the rider could not bear to deny her friend.
Why is one of the masks broken?
Kindness of a name. So she whispered into its ear, "You are Rakani, freshness after rain."
Oh.
And just as the couple had feared, she came to love the horse dearly. This was intolerable to them. The horse had to go.
What?
An accidental impalement was arranged.
I mean, this is a very cool
But
game.
fate played
Yeah, it's
a cruel
free.
trick. And both
It's crazy that some of the best games out there to this day are still free.
Corfel and Aurelia hastened to her side. Ignoring the dying horse, they fretted over their lover as she coughed blood. Continuity
Polycules?
was out of the question. In desperation, they turned to a certain expert
Twitch has revealed their type?
and
Wait, which part?
pleaded with him to let her live forever. He returned the rider to them.
Robbie Robinson's free!
To a warrior of living steel.
It costs nothing. It's free.
Her
For
sweet
free?
and pretty face. looked
Robbie
upon
Rotten.
them
It's Robbie Rotten.
with a smile that would never
Listen,
fade.
I like Lazy Town references.
All
Lazy
their
Town was something I
talk
grew up with.
forever, They wearied of her immediately. Now that the relationship was no longer taboo, they abandoned it. Parties became awkward when the rider stood vacantly by, useless as an abandoned doll. She had to go. They agreed.
What the
So,
fuck?
Arrangements were made with a
The internet didn't
master
correct me
of
properly. It's
industry.
okay.
And the rider, all
I'm trying to remember who
unknowing,
made Lazy Town. Wasn't it New
accompanied the
Zealand or
couple
something?
to a
Wasn't it a New
facility.
Zealand studio that made Lazy
She
Town?
lay down obediently when
Or was it
instructed,
France? God, I don't
showed
remember.
No emotion when the
it was New
restraints
Zealand.
clamped her limbs and made
Finland? I think you're
not
right.
a
I think you're right.
sound
Wasn't the guy
when
who
the
played-
full
it's Nordic?
force of
Okay,
the
yeah.
dissolution beam blazed through her head.
Because I do remember when Robbie
Out
Rotten
of the back
passed
of
away
her
from
steel
cancer.
skull,
It was all over the place. I was like, wait, it was like it was a
their
European? I thought it was
sentimental
American.
mistake was
Damn.
dead. And furthermore, the smiling doll's face was erased. Now they could erase it from their memory. I doubt I need to tell you what faceless thing clambered jerkily from the facility's waste disposal heap. In the still of
That's
a
so
Navarre's
cool.
night,
Icelandic?
how
Okay, that
she
makes sense.
sought for her
I was gonna say, I could have sworn it was a
Daxner
smaller country.
and found only the overseer's whip-blade. Confused, vacant, she wandered. Why was she alone? Where was her loyal Rakali? She raged deep into despair and memory, and summoned up a ghost horse to run alongside her on the night winds.
No.
Now, at least, she was no longer alone. She groped for
She what?
other memories.
She what?
Came up with hands overflowing with betrayal.
And she murdered
When
those
the
two guys that
morning
were part of her
sun rose
polycule,
on
right?
Corfel and Aurelia, they were faceless too, and quite still.
We're stealing faces?
After that, she wandered without purpose, and the legend of the Hollow Rider grew.
I dig it.
And so we come
I
to
dig
my
it.
part in her story. You must understand,
Oh?
dear, that it is terribly bad luck to be out on Nabarus with no gift to give a reveler. And yet, that was my plight as I stood, my old bones aching, before the dreadful figure on the road many years ago.
Oh?
I have no face, the figure before me seemed to say. In a
To a few Warframes? That's what I figured. I was like, it's been a long time. Whenever the planes first came out, I played through them
No name,
and like did the main part of the story, and then I stopped playing.
and you come before me, empty-handed, this Nabarus night. I do have one thing to give, if it please you, I said to her. my name. When you ride away,
Oh.
you shall be Daggoth, and I shall be only grandmother. And that is the story of how I lost my name and kept my head.
That's kind of cute, actually.
Though
That's cute in
many
its own, like,
others
weird
have
little
since
morbid way.
lost theirs.
In, like, a very fake kind of
With her
way.
name came a new purpose. Daggoth, you see, means the mirror that accuses. They say that none can now look into the gulf where once her face was,
Ooh.
without their own sins rising
Grandma
to accuse
Miravar.
them,
Oh my god.
and a swift, sharp sentence following.
Headless Horsewoman? Yes. Well, except she's faceless in this case.
Happy Navarese to you all.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Imbeciles Rex, oh my god, resubscribed for 6 months. They've been subbed for 8. Hold their shit. It's just any mirror if you're guilty enough. True. But yeah, you can see her here. She doesn't have a face. There's no face on that Warframe. But yeah, this is where you would get what I guess is her weapon. Mastery 8. Damn. Damn. Bye, Tech. All right, let's go back. No. Leave dojo. To go start the primes. That's right. That's right. We need to start the primes. Before I forget. You. That's ready to build. Huh? Oh, no, it was just the blueprints. Okay, so we need... Okay, we can make the neuroptics. Oh, do I wanna? Because I need the... I kind of need... Oh, not enough credits. Now we gotta farm. I do need more Neuralinks. I need Argons. So... Gonna have to do some farm. Hold on, how close were we to also for Dagoth? Dagoth. Warframes. Oh, I have Chroma Prime for some reason, and Atlas Prime. I don't remember where I got these. I guess, again, these were from farming. Yeah, there's Gyre Prime, Nitane, Argon, more Neurals. Okay. And then tons of Oricon cells. Tons and tons of Oricon cells. Okay, yeah, they kind of run off the same thing. Wow, that is a lot. That requires neural sensors and argon crystals. Ties to Ureli, the Warframe. Yeah, that's the, here, if I go back, I'm guessing that's the Wave Rider mission. I do have it right here. I just haven't done it. Just have not done it. All right. Help by bringing the angry owl. Ooh. I think you're the leader, right? Oh no, I left the group apparently. If we want to do like really fast like farm things or something, I'm totally down. You know what I should do though is I should fucking understand this dude's abilities. That would be useful. Okay, Inferno, Manifest, Aura of Flames. Oh, his one is an aura. Oh. Dodgeball Airborne to take flight as a flaming meteor of destruction. Crazy. Okay, hold on. Where did the notification go? There it is. Okay, hold on. Let me look at these abilities again. The medium heals himself and his demons. If his demons are dead, they're resurrected. Oh. Demonium rips out the souls of his demons, draining their health and sending them in search of new victims. Uh-oh. Moths! Wait, isn't that the mission that I need to go to? Stood in contact with an enemy, rendering it vulnerable, and then Brimstone. Glowing ring of flaming brimstone. Charge the ability by utilizing demon abilities. Damage inflicted increase with each consecutive hit. Ooh. Okay. Then need to vote. Yay! I'm gonna get carried. Makes sense. The Wave Rider mission kind of sucks. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of the other ones that I knew were like more relevant last night. Like a bunch of the main stories and some of the other side ones that were required for main stories, which is kind of weird. But it works out. Just standing there already chilling.
Is raiding this ship for supplies.
Oh wow, he really does look like an owl.
To distract the enemy. Trigger the alarm.
Oh, he's floating. Trigger the alarm. My favorite. Ding dong.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary
Oh,
life
right.
supply.
Whee! I don't deal nearly enough damage. At least I can beat on things and get experience for the weapon to level it up. Good enough for me. Oh, it's a carver. Sorry, butcher. Amy who's it? Woo! All the time. I wish there was... Oh, I see it. It's counting down on the thing. Is that a cooldown or is that how long it's active? Shield capacity. Don't mind if I do. Just bash them. Ooh, that's not good. Oop. Hello. Hi, guys. Oh, that's level 3 already. Goddamn.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I don't think that's me doing all that. What are you doing up here? There's no way that's me. Welcome to being immortal. I was gonna say, oh my god, 13,000. What is that? Oh my god, what are you? I have no idea what that effect was. Terrifying. Terrifying. Woo! Much gumption on that one. Press shift. Well, it says do the dodge. Do we need to tap shift or? Whee! Crazy dude. As somebody who, oh my god, what the fuck are you? Who had previously played like Titania as my favorite main. I like flying in this game. Oh, we're still at 100.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
What are you doing up there? What is that fucking wing on you, dude? Hi. Oh, the Xmas. Where y'all going? Mobility is so fun in this game. Dude, why do you... Oh, that's the demon latch on him, isn't it? Just kind of unload into him. It's another loop. Whoop! Corrupted Vor?
It is time. I will teach these.
Oh, I thought Vor sounded familiar. Wait a second.
My galaxy. They will learn its simple.
Oh my god, die. Oh my god, die. Hey, buddy. I didn't even realize there were going to be mini bosses in here. I'm doing nothing. Oh, hi, level up on Soma. What are you doing over here? That's a little bit better in terms of damage.
Life support has been replenished.
He is not taking nearly enough damage per bullet as I would like him to.
Extraction is ready.
Oh, it's you.
Let it be known. If the Tenno. This death.
Oh, Vor Sigil unlocked.
My
I thought I already had that.
is forever. I cannot be destroyed.
What are you? Bioelectric Xmas. I'm seeing so many new things! Hotfix inbound in 3 minutes! Uh-oh. Do we need to go? Heart attack! Monologue with the thing. Unfortunately, we haven't ranked up the frame enough to even have 4th rank ability yet.
Another life support capsule is now available.
We can stay as long as you want. Okay, I just didn't know if there was an issue with, because it just gave me the pop-up says hotfix in 3 minutes. Is it going to kick us out? I know there's tons of like stronger frames and stuff, but like every frame's viable in this game. Oh, the fire! What are you? And why can't I pick you up? Oh, hi, you ugly bastard. We got brimstone. Sick. Oh. Whee! What is this blue one? Oh well.
Additional life support has arrived.
Commonly used frame is Trinity? Oh, gotcha. Thing is, though, is like, I don't usually play, like, meta in any games, if you figure that at this point. I tend to play things that I like. Granted, half the time, too, I will often do, like, the point where, what was it? Oh, hey, it's rank 11. And this is a little fast. Where did you go? There you are. That was single-digit damage. Jade something? Jade Light Xmas? That's the first time I've seen one of those. Oh boy, my favorite button! Anyway, please stay on your mission? Okay, got it. Got it. My main 3 start with G. Ooh. Arcane Guardian, Evading Link, 250 plus. Ooh. Aren't those, oh, what are they called? The, oh, hello. Stop the demons. For you. Oh, that's part of your thing. Hello. Brrr. Again, though, when I first started this game, I actually just played almost entirely bows. Oh, hello. Yeah, I am doing negligible damage compared to everything else going on. Again, though, I don't know what this thing is. It looks like one of the items that somebody drops. So of all the things. Poor Ganon getting neglected. Ganon is getting neglected because he's not getting the attention he wants.
Look what our Tenno operative just found.
I take the downside and turn it into a buff? Hell yeah, dude. That's me anytime I play a game. Like, if I play Marvel Rivals or something, 90% of the time, I like playing the underdog character. Like, when the game first launched and nobody liked, Storm, because they thought she was, like, super weak and super susceptible to just getting picked off. And then they buffed her later and everybody was playing her. I was so upset. I was so upset. I'm very much a really dumb contrarian. Oh, I already did one challenge for the day. Crazy. Now, I'm trying to figure out what the interface for the 3 demons is on my right side, but it's like, oh, there it goes, now it's gone. What is that 30-second countdown? Is that resurrect, or does that countdown mean that he's dead, or that he's, like, used an ability? Hello? Oh. Hello? What are we doing up here? All the Xmas apparently. Cast a shoot a heal and oh, is it 2? I thought it was 3. Why did I get those 2 mixed up? It's also with all the ammo, I'm just kind of getting like free leveling on my guns, which is also really good. Because, oh, immediately levels up when I swap to swinging at things.
Delivered another life support capsule.
That's Arctic. Asani. Is that my... Those are my pistols? I haven't even swapped to in this game. Okay. I'm look good. What are y'all doing up there? Hear me? Okay. Maybe I need to bring in like Octavio or something to also level that one up. Plus, I'm literally absorbing so much energy that it almost doesn't matter. Are you playing a Warframe underdog right now? I am not. I'm leveling up a new frame that was just given. Because Techvergin is so gleefully basically farming for me. Hey guys, what are y'all doing up there? You know what? Have some podcasts. Whee! Lips Xmas. Some of these I don't recognize what kind of Xmas they are because I haven't run into them in any of my current missions. Reasons of how to make enemies more... Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, that's another one of those iconic ones, isn't it? Good lord. A lot of them are renames? Which part? Ability timers? Ooh. Ooh. Pop those bad boys back up. Because we have an abundance of energy, please and thank you. I love them, they're so cool. The Xmas, gotcha. Whoop, whoop, that touch. I don't know what this big boom is. Again, I'm so pretty sure it has. Oh no, this is Arson Xmas.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Yay! More fighting! Okay. Dinner drone. Anyway. I can't hear you. I'm too busy releasing hell. I am literally the devil from the Bible. It's still so goofy, dude. Okay, there we go. So it does also resurrect them at max level. Here, go do things. Please restart the game at your earliest convenience. Okay. Please and thank you. What are you doing, Butcher? Wait, that's like X to Mercy? Take damage, Daniel. Ethan, buddy. Whee! Okay, just making sure there wasn't any loot up here. Okay, I don't know, do we want to farm all of the items based to max? At this rate, it doesn't seem like it's going to be hard. Because we've already gone up far more levels in like the, 15 minutes we've been here? Our tweaks sometimes go to make low level players have an easier time. Oh, I only barely noticed it. I didn't even get enough time to click it. Ooh, that touch. Okay. Coming up. Oop, missed it. Whee! Nothing? Nothing up here? Yeah, I guess it is leveling up my secondary weapons even if I'm not using them. For some reason I thought you had to use them. Ooh. I don't think that's a mod that I've seen before. Attainment, you're back! Scale off of impact procs? Ooh. I'm just having fun getting all of this stuff just leveled out. Now we're gonna have to spend some time. Is it still the same where as you level them up, they get more slots for mons? For upgrades, right? Does it still do that? Because I noticed Zero had like 36 base, which felt really high for level 0, rank 0. have a stone rank up. Sick. Reaching 30 with any rifle or machine gun. Alright! Okay, I guess we hit level 30 with the prime that I had. So there's one. There's the one at max. Warframe, nice night, Free. How are you doing? The sooner you can mercy. Oh. It's tied to level, yes. It's also tied to MR. Gotcha. Nothing. So little damage. What are you doing up there, guys? Hey, bud. Just whittle him down.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Got cut at lows again. Damn it, Free. I'm sorry that happens, man. I'm sorry. Is Lowe's just doing the thing that so many companies are and basically cutting people's hours to fucking nothing because they're trying to automate shit? I've heard a lot of shit about like major hardware stores, Lowe's, Home Depot, all that jazz. Doing the same kind of shit. Where like they're minimizing let me in. Let me in! You know what? That's fine. Yeah. Another one? Whoop. Oh, whoops. Whee! Does this use energy? It doesn't? It shoots. Oh, okay, no, it lasts a certain amount of time. Oh, there's the Mercy again. I keep missing them. Spectre? Oh, it is a Spectre. Forgot how tall these heavy gunners were. Not gonna lie. Show us the year's bonus? Yeah, show me your record profits. Woo. Oh, is that indicator? What is that yellow indicator that I keep seeing on some of the health bars? Is that the... There it is. Ooh. That was cool. Oh, no, I interacted with the thing. That's my bad.
Life support activated.
Heal my baby demons. What are you doing in there? Come here. Get out of your little hole! Good talk. Is Mercy kill threshold? Ah. Okay. Hi, guys. Are you a Jade Light? You are a Jade Light. Oh, for a split second I thought it was out of ammo. I was like, I'm out of ammo! Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna come back down. Whee! Okay. Security, hi Dragon, how are you doing? Alright.
Life support capsule is now available.
All right. Oh, I missed the mercy on that one. I can get the mercy on this one. God, I wish I could have made out what was in that jumble. Yeah, they always do the same shit every year, especially around holidays, which is the worst part. Because there's strategy in economics. Because remember, the stock market is money feelings, it's vibe-based, and basically releasing a bunch of employees or reducing work hours looks good to stock investments. Because the less money you're spending on employees, the more money you have for stock buybacks. God, that's cool.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Just realized two of my demons are dead. Illegal! You don't get to kill my boys. Oh! Grenade. Smack, smack, smack. Oh, that was a weird sound effect. I made madly concerned my shield went down for a second, but I was like, wait, that's not the right sound. My superiors told me that I can't be replaced even though they need someone to fill my spot, but can't get the go-ahead to get a replacement for me? What? In terms of like they're basically making you like lose time, but there's nobody to fill that time, so they're just leaving it empty? I think the money's feeling some separation anxiety. You should give all the money to me so it feels better. Listen, it's totally fine. Spectre just standing there. Have bullet. Have bullet that doesn't do much damage. God, that's cool. Whoop. Opening for a new hire, but I guess not.
Life support activated.
Oh. Alright, I don't think we want to keep farming this too much, because I do want to do some of the stories. So if we want to piece tech, we can go now if you want, if you don't want to keep farming. Excuse me while I aura farm. Okay. Works for me. Again, the Spectre just vibing. He's just up there. Oh, whoops. Whee! I don't know why every time I use Brimstone, I just think of just, for whatever reason. Oh, hi guys. Love the Spectre. Mind if I do? Oh, that's the Jade Light hitting me. We can go when you're ready. I think we've done enough. We can murder on our way there. What are you doing, buddy? Sorry, bud. I genuinely have not even looked though at the stuff that we got, so I have no idea. Oh, that's not a door. Why did I think that was a big door? Hi. Because the thing of the doohickey is not... Oh, wrong way. Ah, the tiny corridor. Are you on a motorcycle? Are you on a motorcycle? What the fuck? Crazy.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Alright. I can do that. Also, we got 4 Argon. Cool. Cool. What are you, Aya? It works for me. Lockdown in 15 minutes? Alright. So we do need to restart, so real quick. Use Aya to trade with Varsia. Oh, for prime resurgence gear. Ooh! Okay, hold on. Let's do real quick, before I forget to change the settings, sound effects. Do you want specifically the sound effects, or should I turn down all of it? I can turn down the whole... I clicked out of the thing, and I'll just leave that so that I don't break it. That's fine. That's not the right selection, but okay. I guess. Claim rewards, Nightwave. Oh. Oh. What are you?
And we are away.
I love her. Okay.
That's all from me.
I love Nora Knights. All right, let's restart the game real quick. You got 8? Damn it. It happens. Maybe I just didn't pick it all up. I also play solo, by the way. Which part? Who are you talking to? Also, hold on. I'm going to need to... Because it uses my old email, I'm going to turn off the game source until I get into the game. It's censored, but it's also just like, fuck it. Why not? Checking for updates. I also kind of got a peek. How close are we to an ad break? All these nighttime sultry voices. Welcome to Nora Nights. Leveled up twice. That was the first time I've done anything with the Nightwave, so I was confused for a second. Like, what are you? All right, come on, load, damn you. There we go. There we go. The quick censor the Baron. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Probably. Log into Steam auto login.
Operator, what was that thing?
I qualified for mastery
Can
rank.
you explain this? Lotus?
Okay, that's doing the main story. Oh.
It was so cold, indifferent, inhuman. If Rel was
Yeah, it's talking about the story that we just did.
Without Margulis.
Okay, let's do Selenius. You are the most important. I don't have enough fucking credits, motherfucker. Motherfucker. All right, that's fine. Let's go over here real quick. Wait. I didn't realize we already hit fucking max rank with Uriel. That's crazy. What the hell are you? Where did you... Oh, okay, this is his weapon, isn't it? This is part of the bundle. What are you? Signature rifle bayonet combination. Good lord. Okay, yeah, we'll equip you and work on leveling you up next. Okay, so yeah, I guess the bonus probably pushed everything to max. That's crazy, dude. Asto Prime. I have 2 Ferrises for some reason. Shotgun? Huh. Anyway. Oh, it also counts as a melee. Okay. I doubt I have any. Oh, I do. Okay. Oh, why not? And then what we need, because it's very important. Oh, I can put it there. Hell yeah. And then let's see, what do we have here? Organ for crits. Melee damage, free, baby. Free. Status chance. Energy channel. No, I don't want to convert energy for that. We'll leave you that. We'll get 25. Oh, we got plenty. Attack speed. Yes. 16, 7. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then didn't I have... Oh, use. Actually, that's not half bad. Why not? Why not? And then are they... Oh, it is 2 separate ones. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Ammo drum, toxin. Let's do... I guess this does count as a rifle. Just stick that in there because we can. Speed trigger, fire rates, cryo rounds. Where was the hellfire? There it is. There. Pirate time? What do you mean pirate time? $36. Magazine capacity, fast hands, ammo maximum. Yeah, that works for me. Do I dare? What is it? Turns into blast, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, that's blast. You know what? Why not? We'll leave that. We'll leave that. That's fine. 10. Speed trigger 7. Did I have a different speed trigger? Am I forgetting? Slash. Oh. Okay, that's actually useful for later. Methinks. For a different character, because I want to put that on Saren. Whenever I play Saren. I mean... You know what? Yeah, reload speed. Then we have 6. Then we can put magazine. For now, this will do. M1 grand ping sound when it runs out of ammo. I was using something that was doing that. Or am I thinking of a different game? There's 15 left still? Jesus. Okay. Okay. Scorch, status chance. Electricity. Radiation. Why did I give it electricity? Okay. I guess. I suppose. 60, 75. What's the status chance? Radiation. Do you actually attack everything nearby, including allies? Okay. I already have 160 Hornet Strike on there. Okay. I don't think... Do I want to put more... We're gonna give it ammo maximum. Oh. Oh, that uses platinum. Nah. Anyway, now we're gonna swap the mural because it's maxed out. New favorite weapon add is... Oh, okay, I did read that. Has become a re-emote? I mean, Ordain is prone to yelling, so... You know. As you do. As you do. Let's do... I think we're just gonna go back to Saren. God, that thing is so pointy. I say that, and now I gotta add in the toxin. Malignant force. Oh, but do I want to spin the points? All right, get out of here. Yeah, because I wanted viral. That's fine for now. I'll take the little bit of like damage loss to give her viral. And then you don't have Nope, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. All right, I think the ad break's about to start. Oh, viral best damage type. Is it really? Actually, we'll do that mastery rank up after this, after the commercial break. But I really gotta pee, and I have like 3/4 of a burrito that I didn't eat before stream. So I'm gonna go nibble on that a little bit. I'll leave y'all with the city pop, please and thank you. And we'll be back in a couple minutes. Right, the ad break. Okay, ad break starting soon. I was just making sure. But I will be back in just a minute. Don't burn anything down. Okie dokie. Goodness. All right. So about that, chat. I was eating the burrito in the kitchen, so I just came in here to type the thing. That was too close to Jill. Almost botched it. Almost botched it. All right. Real quick though, chat. I have a question for y'all, and we're gonna do a poll on this. This is gonna be a dumb question. Goodness. So it was just a chicken burrito from like the gas station, because it was literally the fastest thing that I can get most of the time on the way home. If I'm like rushing to get home after the gym and I don't have much time, I can't stop at a local place and everything else is fast food. So I just grab a chicken burrito at the gas station. But I almost always get a bag of chips with it. And I need this poll because I need somebody to verify to me that hot Cheetos are absolute fucking ass. So the poll is, this seems totally random. I got jalapeno Cheetos. I think jalapeno Cheetos are the superior spicy Cheetos. But I want to do a poll, and then I'm just going to do hot Cheetos. It's only going to be 2 minutes. Okay. So the poll is basically just jalapeno Cheetos versus hot Cheetos. I cannot vote. You have to pick one. You have to pick one. Yes, those are the hot Cheetos are the flaming hot Cheetos. I just think the jalapeno Cheetos actually taste like something. I will fight them. I'm in terms of like Cheeto brand flavors, yes, I think the jalapeno Cheetos are better. In terms of cheese puffs, though, my favorite are H-E-B's Carolina Reaper cheese puffs, followed immediately by their honey cheese puffs. I agree. Flamin' Hot sucks balls. I think they're so nasty. Yes, Tech Marine, what can I do for you? Go to Nora screen. Okay. 3 unread messages. Oh, God.
Always a pleasure.
Okay. Orbiter Radio. Never had any Cheetos. That's okay. I was gonna say, you're not missing much in terms of like cheese chip brands. Generally, I think Cheetos are actually like the worst brand because they're Frito-Lays. What do I do? Am I here to listen to the music? No? Cred offerings? Ooh, what are you? Ooh. Oh. Oh, Kuvas. What are those? Rare red fluid coveted by Grenier Queens, made to obtain, can be obtained in Kuva missions. Cycle ribbons build rare blueprints. Ooh. Ooh. I want the pack, kind of. Orbiter radio is not an actual radio. I'm upset. Oh. No, wait, this is a blueprint. If I can buy these, I could get 2. Jesus, why are so many things available here? Also, what is that sound? Gracata? Oh. Into the poll. Oh no, I missed it. I saw that it was basically like everybody to 1 before it ended. Was it basically everybody to 1? Rumbled. Oh, it's an Atlas one. Okay. This wasn't what I was supposed to be looking at, right? for weapons? Gotcha. Gotcha. You said it was... Somebody said like nitrous or something? Nitrite? But... I think I'm blind. I don't... Knitten. Oh! Did I need this for something? What did I need this for? Get a few of those? Okay. Like literally a few? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna buy this. Yes, excellent. Excellent.
Later.
How did I get to... There it is. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, dude. It's like a silver canister. Ooh. Aside from a less... Oh, I hate that. Okay, let's do the mastery rank up. Granted, I don't know what... I don't remember at all what the mastery challenges are. I ain't got a clue. Oh, I should not have come in here with the... Oh no, I brought Saren. Never mind, we're fine. Probably. Oh, that's an interesting reticle. Maybe I shouldn't have brought a weapon I haven't used yet. Jesus. Oh, there you are. Here. Poke. Damn!
Ready yourself.
What are you? What is this little hovering thing? Oh! Hi, guys. This is what happens when I'm like over geared for this level of mastery. Oh, oops, my bad, guys. What are you doing? Okay. Shoot, damn you. Wow, that is actually a decently long reload time. Oh, I didn't realize that I was, for a split second, I did not realize at all that I was doing this on a timer. I like the pings though. Okay. Separate modding, shared polarities? Ooh.
This test is
I don't know what polarities mean.
Another job well executed.
Okay. I like the reload sound too. These wars have been framed. Oh no. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Oh. Uh-oh. Darkling, what have you done? What have you done? 3-day resource booster. Ooh. More boosters! Are these all boosters? I am. Don't mind that I do. Are these all like automatically activated? Okay, they are. They also stack. Cool. Cool. Have the, oh, okay, yeah, those polarities. Okay. I forgot that they were called polarities. God, look how tall this fucking rifle is. Okay, what were we doing? Going back to Iron Wake. Going back to Ironwake. I did get boosters. I got all the boosters in the world. 7. I only just hit 7. Want a cool history tidbit? Always. Always want cool history tidbits.
Leave your vessel at the door, sacred child. Come.
I'm trying. I had hit 5.
I have served Rel my whole life, studying Rel's teachings of the void.
With the little
consequence of traveling by
and it into a
through it.
oh
Now I see that
gotcha.
it is
Yeah.
He alone.
How we doing?
in
I'm
his
having fun, Deja. How are you doing?
sacrifice, has guarded us. What a price he has paid. Righteous Rel, outcast of sacred
Ah, yes,
void,
seance time.
hear my voice. Speak. You have been driven from the vessel by your
Wait, they
suffering.
still have it? Are they
You
ever gonna play it?
swallowed the
Is it
poison
available
stars
somewhere?
so we would not. Holy Rel, speak.
Walter.
The Tenno who rejected you have come to your aid. He's here. The Donda. It's working. Giving him humanity. We are listening, Rel. Speak.
He's gonna be pissed, isn't he? He's gonna be pissed.
Shy?
Oh!
No, try again.
Hello?
This one?
Sad?
Very good.
Oh no, are we getting a flashback?
And this one?
Oh. Surprised? I think that's surprised.
Surprised.
No, try again.
Shy?
Close.
Damn it, it's embarrassed.
Good, Rel. And how about this one?
Okay, that one's sad.
Yes, Rel.
Mama!
Go ahead, Rel.
Nervous?
Ship.
Yes?
Impossible speed.
Yeah, I figure this is memories.
Constant.
I think so. You're better with that stuff, but it's amazing, isn't it?
Confused?
So why don't they fix me?
Rel, you know why.
Define fix. Grumpy.
Rel.
Grumpy. That's the face my grandpa makes.
Because I'm not broken.
That's right.
There it is. That's what I figured the answer was going to be.
I love you even more.
Oh, okay.
Happy.
It's just the eyes looking in the different directions.
You make me so happy.
Oh,
This memory.
it doesn't even fall down. It
this
just
humanity
snaps back
still
into place.
remains, buried in these emotions he so often failed to grasp. Could they be the key to saving him from this?
Does he have the tism?
Tenno, I have a theory. Return to your orbiter and I'll explain.
Okay. Okay, bye. All right, what do we got?
These disturbances, they are transference energy, split apart from a single mind. If we could capture them, send them back.
Operator, Cimaris may have a tool for this task. I wonder if his kinetic siphons could be repurposed to capture these manifestations.
Huh? Do I need to go talk to what's his name at a relay? What is that emo Ganon? It peed on the floor and it's raining. Really? Really? Would you like money? I could always use money. I could always use money. I could say, I don't think I got any. Yeah, I still only have 86K. Because I have the parts and stuff for a bunch of stuff that I could work on. Like, not that. Like this. I just don't have the credits. I have 11 Forma. I don't even remember what those are for. Ready to build. Don't remember what a cipher's for. Oh, there's a clan key. La. La 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 la. Gyro Prime chassis, Gyro Prime optics, but I do kind of need the neural sensors. Again, I don't want to spin the neural sensors unless I can go farm for neural sensors. Add polarities for mod slots. Oh. Change polarity slots. Oh. Okay. Go the Neptune. Go the Neptune. I know I could farm them. I just have to do a mission on Jupiter. You're getting eliminated for not giving me uppies? You're just gonna sit here and keep wanting uppies? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? Build your clan key? Do I gotta? Do I gotta? Of the old blood. Okay, do I need to go somewhere? Do I need to show up at the clan place? To the dojo? Well, I've already been in the dojo.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
I mean, you called me to the dojo earlier. Oh, you make me do a mission? High risk. Okay. Invest. Choose your personal investment. Oh, is this how we get money? Okay. Okay. Okay, that works with me. That works with me. Also, who was that? Zan Clinker Yeats. Is that a Zangief reference? Don't gotta say the hard C word. It's in your name.
Brokers in position. The bell about to ring. This is the index.
Oh. Immediately rank up as soon as I come in.
Index points up for grabs.
Wow, I did not do much damage to them. What are you? Is that an index point?
It's a hostile market for annual corp.
Oh, okay.
Index points up for grabs.
I suppose. Ooh, that was weird. King.
Index points up for grabs.
Oh. Blue. Okay, I gotta go all the way to the other time. Hello.
Points in the open.
All the way to the other side. Oh, wrong direction.
Eyes on broker with many points.
Oh, hi, guys.
Risky move. Points in the open. Come on, broker. How long are you going
And it teleports me all the way to the other side? Huh. King. Hey, where are those shots coming from? Good lord. Static discharge. Ooh.
Capitalization is trending up. Points in the open.
It's fine. More reloads, more pings, more pings, more dopamine, more dopamine, more reloads. It just makes the cycle tighter.
Broker down.
Oh, oh. Uh-oh. Spit guys are dropping decent mods that I've never seen before.
Points up for grabs.
Have scores. Oh, it's the Mag Spectre just chilling.
That broker's carrying a lot of points. This is a risky transaction.
Oh, was that an enemy? Annual Corp. Oh god, my health.
Are eyeing those dropped points.
Wow, my health is so little. Why is it only like 100?
Eyes on broker with many points. Risky move.
Ooh, bad touch. Ooh, other bad touch.
Capitalization's trending up.
Okay.
The Tenno are swimming up the index. Points in the open.
Mag just chilling.
Broker down.
Uh-oh. What are you? Oh, bad. That's what you are. You friend? You're a friend. I guess the specters are always friends.
Carnage. Points everywhere. Wonderful.
Okay. Pink make the brain go burr. Pink do make the brain go burr. Whoop. She's just stuck in the trap. Oh, that's ammo boxes. Okay. Hello. Hello. Oh, Jad Terran. Here, have poison. Have more toxin. Oh, pain!
Dangerous and thrilling.
Where did you just die to, champ?
Points in the open.
Whee!
Brokers in the red.
Oh, it's Mag. Oh. I see your glowy bits, but you're just...
I smell a rally.
Do you really? Are you sure? Ow. Infected.
Index points up for grabs.
I do very little damage. Oh, oh, oh. Oh? What was that? Oh, that's Frost. He's just kind of stuck. Swing. Hi.
Annual Corp is working its way out of debt. Points in the open.
Okay. Poor guy. Look at this dude with his lame ass skates. Ow. Just took my shield. Hi. Oh, I don't think I hit him. Woo! Where'd he go? Hey, buddy.
Points up for grabs. Big capitalization for Annual Corp.
Back it up. More glowy bits.
Points in the open.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, hello. Give ammo, please.
Broker down.
Hello.
Big capitalization for Annual Corp.
Cold radiation. Ow. 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 Bad touch. Just gonna. Hi, Mag. Gonna hang out here. Don't mind me. Just ignore me. Huh.
Points in the open.
Can't really tell easily what some of these
Points up for grabs.
meta pet kits. Huh. 400 of 1,000 mods. Don't mind if I do.
How long are you going to let them do this to you?
As long as it's funny. Okay. Hup, hup, hup. Hello. Hup. Oh, that's Frost. This is what happens when I don't look at the mini map. Oh, we've only got one bullet in the chamber here. Is there some other mechanic to this gun that I don't understand? Ow! Ow! How are you hitting me? Oh, you're not. Is there levels going up as they lose? Is that what's happening? I swear those numbers underneath them are going up the more they die. Take the whole ass bayonet, my guy. Please and thank you. Ooh. Go get him, Mag. Ow. Again, Frost. Why do I keep trying to kill Frost? I'm taking you in for what? For what? Honestly, I probably should be using something with higher fire rate. Whee! All the cool mods. I don't know if I get to keep these mods. Generally don't. No clue. I lived. Just do that to get out of there. Okay, we only need 4 more.
Index points up for grabs.
What I miss? What is? Oh, hi. For you. Doesn't seem like I can hit you. Nope, bad touch. Ah, I died. You have papers for being so beautiful? Yes, I have my passport on me. Stay invested? Looks like you pointed to... Okay, is that enough? I guess we did enough. How much money do I win? I'm getting on the frames of war. Hell yeah, dude. There's 3 gimmicks. 1, it's a melee. 1, it's in the gun. Okay. 2, headshot rifle give +2 melee. Okay. 250? Fuck yeah, dude. Yay! Okay, ready to build. Actually, just go to miscellaneous, my guy. 1 hour? No.
Segment. Get married, why
okay.
Don't we? Is complete. Orders will renovate your new space. Orders
Cherry Prime? Just with... Goodness. Oh, hold on, I need water. I did see that Heatran had Mega Evolution. It does not look good. Yeah, we'll do these 2. Oh, it moved it, that's why. Lyrium. Mesa Prime chassis. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Oh, there's Titania Prime. Okay, we got plenty of everything that they want, so we'll just go ahead and start making that one. All right, what's in progress? 12 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours, 58. Okay. I warned you I play on PS5. Oh no. Oh no. Best way to make credits? Ah. Okay. But yeah, I don't think there's... allows access to your clan's dojo. Do I need to make one? It says 1 left, so I guess I just never made one at any point, so I guess I might as well. It's another 12-hour thing. Okay, those are the only keys I own. And then everything else I think is fine, question mark. At least until we get around to Zagoth. Vainthorn, where do you come from? Abyssal Zone on Ceres. Requires abyssal beacons to access. Fuck. Fuck. To put together after the pieces are made? Okay, so it's like, it's 24, well this one's 12. It's 12 hours per piece. And then 72 to piece it all together. Okay. Actually, hold on. I think 3 is all I needed for the railjack. Hold on a second. Here. Zoom out. Just pick a random place. Where's the relay? Not here. I can't click Vesper relay, apparently. Fuck it, hold on. Here. Go back to begin. X. Click. Just take me to a relay. It doesn't matter. You my 4 other key blueprints there for locked doors in the derelicts. Oh. Working. Ooh, did you get a nasty pop? How'd you get banned from Vesper? From what? I don't know. I don't even. Oh, hi Volt. What are you doing? It didn't let me interact with this one before. Okay, so now it's gonna let me do it. No. Or maybe it's not. Hit X. Hit X. Hit X. Go to the other console. There we go. Boop. Contribute. I need 2 more.
Fabrication.
Yay!
Commencing.
Okay, it's gonna take a minute. That's fine. Ooh, do we get to watch it? Hello? Hello? Is it bugged? Those are floating guns. I think it's bugged. I'm committing various war crimes in the Origin system. Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's bugged. I think the whole fuselage is basically just glitched out. Now we play the waiting games. Until it makes me go do something else, probably. Oh, that console over there? Okay. So yeah, I have to use this console to build it. Also, pirate? What? I got a ghost ship. Look at it. Fantastic. Oh, what the hell?
Launch restoration complete. Propulsion section located.
Ah, fuck, we gotta go get other parts.
Beware of hostiles.
Okay. I guess. Wait, what is that other marking? What is that? Hello? Oh, hello.
You may explore the sanctuary.
Are you? Offerings.
These can make you an even stronger hunter.
Color key seeing.
Knowledge must be.
I have to spend points for that? Damn it. Damn it, dude. Okay, but why was it directing me here? And also, why can't I see how much of this that I have? 0? Oh, that's what it was. I'm neutral with them. That's why. Oh. Negates. Why was it directing me here? I'm taking your points. No, my points. It's a big ship. That's what I figured. I figured it wasn't going to take just one of those. Reawaken. Oh, okay, it's Sentinel again.
I will share what I know, but you must prove yourself.
I don't see anything that's like so pretty. Well, thank you, Serenity. How are you doing? Welcome in. Let me see. I don't think this is relevant here. That's about it. Gotcha. Yeah, I only just unlocked that because I needed it for a mission. But what is this indicator that's on him? I can't. Oh, there it is.
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
Sanctuary Onslaught? Trade medallions. Which I don't have. Weird. Okay then, let's just go back to the ship then. Excuse me, pardon me. And its widgets are useful? Really?
Tenno, that wreckage will not recover itself.
I'm working on it, shut up! Hold on, I want to go change weapons. We're gonna go change. We only need one more level. So let's swap. Oh my god, I have Cernos. But this would be better with something that has higher fire rates. Yoink. And of course, hold on. Perfect. And then... Again, I don't have great secondary weapons. I think I'll just keep the Oxani for now. Leave it as the color that it is. Don't forget to equip melee weapon, idiots. Let's do the Nikana. And then we gotta do the thing. Why not add the stance? UXME. And then we need... Ooh. You. Attack speed, yes. Real quick, you. North wind. Yes. Parry angle. Why did I level that up? Go back here. And we need toxin. Status chance. Yes. Didn't we have a different... Maybe not. That's fine. Yeah, critical increase. Actually, further reach? Further reach. Extra range. I don't think I have anything low enough. Oh, I do have heavy attack efficiency. Oh, we already have melee prowess in there. Finishing touch? We have finishing touch, just because we have the slots. All right. What do you have in here? Fire. You do blast damage. Swap you for the Hellfire. And then we're gonna swap these two. There we go. Then we have 7 more, which... Hold on. Rifle reload, increase speed. In place of this. And then... Oh, whoops. You come back here. Yeah. All right, that works for me. Anything else I want to upgrade? Extra slash, extra crit, extra reload? Sure. But only by 1. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna tell you. Wait, oh, that's somebody did Social Security. Throw an invite when you're ready. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Are you gonna help me do these missions? Is that what this is? Or are we doing something else? I just want to make sure. I can do other stuff. I'm down for farming. Oh no, I can do it right here. For ones. Lobby invite. Yay, missions! God, wait. No, she's 29. I'm gonna hit 30 with it, and then we'll do other shite. Recover the propulsion system. Chat, hold on to your junk. Yay, missions. Also, there were Sia's visions. I do kind of need to do Sia's visions. It's bigger on the inside. Don't ask me how the Tenno ships work. I still have no idea how there's effectively spatial magic inside Tenno ships. There's 2 vents right next to each other. Damn! Oh, you're the police.
Points to bleed out from railjack catalytic artery. Locate.
Hi, boys. Now we're moving. Whee! Whoop. Almost certainly it's going to be a defend a point. Hello.
Propulsion systems, the most advanced ever produced. Scanning. Remain in proximity.
Oh, hi. I did not realize this was a sniper rifle. What have I done?
Breached. Clear them out to resume scan.
What are you?
Scan.
Why did I not know the Vectus was apparently a sniper?
To objective.
Oh.
Scan baffled by interference drones. Destroy them.
Don't ask me how machines can take. What the fuck? You know what?
Hey, too slow. Long cut.
Not nearly as impressive. Hello. What the fuck, guys? That's mean. You can't do that. Oh, it's the Kubro. Oh, again?
Drones have established a dampening field. Eliminate them.
All right, I'll go get this one. Take viruses, take viruses, take viruses. Just nothing. Poke, poke, poke. Whee! Hi, guys. Sorry, Kubros.
Easy.
Scan cannot continue until the area of operation is clear. Get on it.
Have bug. If by bug, I mean virus. Fungus. There's a fungus among us.
Scan interrupted. Hold perimeter.
Hello. Oh, it's you. Okay. I like the Nikana. You not a Doctor Who fan? Okay, bye.
Vaporized. Viable.
You'll never catch me, nerds. Hey, Kubros. I'd be concerned of killing you if I was actually looking for another Kubra. But I'm not.
Mission complete. Excellent work.
Favorite doctor, I mean? Tennant. David Tennant. Every single David Tennant doctor. Definitely my favorites.
Tenno, you are needed in the dry dock.
Back to the dry dock. Oh boy, how many resources do you need this time? How many resources do you need this time? Go anyway! Since I got it 7 years ago, I'm pretty sure the one that's wandering around mine is literally the same one that's been here since they changed it so that they don't die. I lost multiple Kubros to them just dying. Let me in. Oh.
Void engines. Void engines. Zada dances our ship through forward
Yes?
lines.
What can I do for you, Raina?
Crody identifies
It's good. I just haven't really rewatched it much, whereas I've watched 11, 12, 13 constantly over the years.
Our reputation is earned. Our objective.
Yay! I had all the things! Even if I had to use an Orican cell, cries into hands.
We accelerate.
I didn't play so far back that it would die, but I did know the DNA destabilizers, so it isn't fucked up.
Have no needs. The living require that propulsion system.
The living?
Reconstruction.
So is that because if they don't have it, they'll die before they get to their destination? You'll get more. Oh, I know, but I just remember them being a pain to farm. And yeah, oh, hi, Tech. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Why do you upset me so? The 99, Saren. You can get them much easier now. Oh.
Propulsion restoration complete.
Yay!
Void breach residue identified on Lua. Probable nacelle location. Recover if viable.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Cephalon, sir. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do a thing. I have all the photos. Ooh, I want to see David Bowie. Oh, David Bowie. Okay.
Must have that rail.
You gotta swap things. All right, give me my bad bitch. Let me double check. She have 2. Streamline.
Come all, and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Pain threshold. Okay.
And please,
Energy max.
enjoy the show.
Ooh. Oh, wait, that's flow. Oh, that is what I want. Oh, but I don't have much. Actually, you know what? I got enough. No, let's do that. Let's do that. And then... I forgot I put that up there. That's goofy. Why do I have that up there? Let's replace that with something else that makes it a little more... Got 5, 9 total if I remove that. Ability duration. Yes. I can't replace that because it's an Access mod and I'm an idiot. Let's do this. Yes. Ad break starts in 30 seconds. Ah, shit. Tech, are you alright with waiting for the ad break before we jump into the next mission? Where did I get this? Mm-mm-mm. 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 Cryo rounds. Cryo rounds are fine. You. Oh, duh, it's 7. Put you in there right now. Regular toxin? That's fine. Okay. Add break then mission? Yes. Add break then mission. Okay. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I miss burning energy to make melee hit harder. I mean, that is, I do have that perk. I just don't have it equipped, I don't think. All right, so we're gonna pause it here. Ad break's gonna start any second. I'm not going anywhere, so we're still gonna be here. And I will be back briefly. I don't know why I said I'll be back. We're just gonna hang out here. I may just play around in the, thingamadoohickey of the menus here. It's telling me I'm using energy siphon. Huh. Out of me when I played it, it still confuses the fuck out of me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, the people that know what they're doing could look at me and be like, what the fuck is your build? And I'm like, oh. I honestly got no answer. Ads? Yes, ads. We do have ads. Actually, let's bring back the City Pop. Hell yeah, dude. And I can go check Discord real quick while we're waiting. Oh. Wait, what is this? Codes? Interesting. Get key? Log in with Twatch? I suppose? I am not making an account! God damn it. Also, hold on a second. Wait. Oh, nope, never mind. Discord was just yelling at me and was like, you have a quest for Warframe that you just completed. I was like, I just completed it? Did I? But no, it's like, go watch the trailer for Old Peace. Nah. Not right now, at least. All right. Where's the fucking parents? That's always what it's like for this shit. Where's the fucking parents? Yeah, more iPad. Don't lose. Don't lose. Y'all better find 7 things. Here, we'll work together on this one. Bomb is 54. Helmet 36. Clock 1. $137. Trumpet 44. Oh shit, I saw bomb 5. Was it 556? No, it's 5 and shit, was it 46? Okay, thank God somebody else remembered it. You stole mine? It's fine! Magnifying glass 32. 32, 72. Come on, we only need 1 more. Scissors is 55. Was that 40 and 69? No, that wasn't. I missed the numbers for it then. Ah, damn it. It was 57. Helmet 36. I got getting done this round. You can still go. There's still time. There's still time. You can do it. Do you have the mod for the Warframe called Adaption when damaged 10% resist? Oh. Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think I have it. You said it's a Warframe mod. All right. Turn off is the pop. And let me check something really quick. Okay. Okay, let's put that away. And then really quick, let's go see. I don't think I have it, but we can always check. Yoink, yoink. Upgrade. You said adaptation? No. Ooh. Okay, we'll play something with that probably later because I've spent a bunch of my money down just enhancing the new ones that we got from that game. Thought from arbitration? I don't think so. Oh, Tech, do you want me to invite you back? Do you want to come do this? Or are you going to do your own stuff? Yes? Okay, gotcha. And what are these? Anger spiral. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. Yoink. Another goof is booted up Warframe. Oh my god, hi. Hi, Falcor. How are you doing? Oh, it's the countdown. Where did Snip Kid come from? Hi, Hida. How are you doing? Nyom, nyom, nyom. There's a mudkip at Queen. My mudkip! How's zooming? Awesome. I have in fact decided to maximize zoom.
Railjack nacelle nearby.
Whee! Nyum. Bye. Hello? Oh, nyum. Whee! This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I love Titania, man.
Side nacelle. Seen better days.
Oh, hi. You're already here.
Interference.
Already?
Cannot continue until the area of operation is clear.
See, this is what happens when you basically upgrade the pixie form. The pixie form that I built into Titania does stupid damage. Whee!
Interference drones. We have work to do.
It's fine. What are you doing?
Back to work. Let us get this over with.
Oh, hey. Give me the thing. Hello. Hello.
You assholes want to burn?
You assholes want to burn? Wait, who said that? Oh my god, what is that clusterfuck?
To objective.
Hello? Oh, Tech is just jamming.
Drones have established a dampening field. Eliminate them.
You know what?
Scan.
Yeah. Why am I not shooting?
Drones down. Back to it.
Yes, excellent. Give energy. Okay, bye.
Extract.
Excuse me. I ran out of energy. That's fine. Hi, guys. Oh, what the fuck was that sound? Holy shit! I didn't get to see what that was. Oh my god. The speed you move around is so frantic. It is. It can be. Sorry, I'm scratching my eyes. Come look at you. Oh, was it you when you were jamming? Did I miss it? Oh, that was you? Okay. Okay.
Tenno, you are needed in the dry dock.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm coming. Oh. Stop bullying me. Just skip straight to it. I understand to word booba is how to call wait, what? When has that ever called me? Why do y'all think I'm boob obsessed like Kono? Why do y'all think I'm boob obsessed? I'm so confused. Install.
Zada plots a data gathering lab around the worm ship. Sukin
Worm ship?
exposed launch orifices.
Cause I've been seeing videos on TikTok of people playing Grindel and just basically acting like the oh shit.
The moment arrives. The moment.
Like the what was it? The I love cars guy. Yay, driving! I love driving. Yay, rolling! I love rolling. I love playing Grindel. Yay! Oh look, there they go.
Continue repairs.
Who's not boobs? It's a treasure in today's age. I mean, I did say we were reducing them for the next model. And I mean, like, cutting them in half. Fat bastard from Austin Powers? Yeah, that's what he seems like. He literally eats people. And then you get to roll around. It's great. Thing is, the other weird thing, though, is I've never seen any other Titania players in person. I think there was one time I looked up a Titania guide to like figure out what build I wanted to go with. But even still to this day, I never see them. Nobody plays Titania. Oh, it's Sin City Mail again.
Restored. She is coming together. Next site, Venus.
Yay, Venus. Okay. We're back on the slog again. Check. Spit them as
Our enemy rebuilds itself ceaselessly.
Wait, that's hilarious.
Must have that railjack.
Oh yeah, I suppose. But why are we making a super ship weapon kind of thing? Find a middle ground to find the look you're happy with. Hey, good, yeah. From relay rights? It's fine. It's fine. Wait, did I not have my partner in crime? I don't have my partner in crime. Where's my partner in crime?
Need this.
Yay. Oh, is leaving back to my thing. Oh, hello. Excuse me. Whee! Oh, god damn it. Oh, you did join in time. Oop. Hi. Sorry, that's so rude. Anyway. All right. Open sesame. Open sesame. Shut up. Oh, it's Toga. Never mind. Okay. my god, just numb. Evaporated. Gimme. Woo! I want those supplies. Ew. Ah, of course. Ew. Hello. Oh, hi. Don't mind if I do. Oh, what? Oh. Gabby.
Best in class. Scanning. Sights up. Safety's off.
Oh my god, of course.
Again, baffled by
Yeah, man.
interference drones. Destroy them.
Why are y'all so far away? I'm coming. Meow, meow. Oh, the void. The void! Hello.
Drones down. Back to
Whee! Oh. Hello, hello. The void? The void? Oh, I can't see shit.
back to work. Let us get this over with.
Actually. Oh, I missed to grab it. That's fine. It's whatever. Oh, hey, I'm on. Oh, that's you. That's you slurping. Oh my god. Okay.
We have work to do. Return to objective.
Whee! Strafing slide. Ooh. Fuck it, I want it.
Scan interrupted. Hold perimeter.
Give me thing. Give me thing. Oh! That's a catalyst here. Conculus. Sentient.
Interference drones detected. Scan interrupted.
Oh my god, where did you learn all the things doing damages?
Let us get this over with.
Okay.
Integral fission tanks ruptured. Otherwise, fine. Cephalon Ortis has been signaled. Proceed
Whimsy!
to extraction.
Man. Meow. Wait, oh, that's the thing. Never mind. Mild panic. Boink. I don't think I have a dance emote. Look at me. Where did those come? Oh, you just spit all those out. That's hilarious.
Mission complete.
They remove flying through the grates without breaking them? Oh, that'd be so funny. But Alyssa, Carrie's here! How are you doing, Carrie? How was work? Ooh, ooh, lag.
Ooh. You are needed in the dry dock.
Yes, 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 I'm sure. I'm sure I'm always needed in the dry dock. I'm just glad that I haven't had to do much farming outside of the neural sensors. It was good. How's Warframe? Awesome. So somebody already bought me the Uriel pack, and I haven't even made it to the mission yet. And we already made it, got it to max level. Thanks to tech basically dragging me in and helping me farm shit. Oh, you know, actually, hold on. I need to know, has anybody ever cosplayed this person? I kind of want to cosplay this person. I don't know why. There's just something about full eye covered naval suit that I really like. It's very cool. All right. Install the other side, the starboard side, apparently.
Complete the mission. Preserve the crew. Tunguska.
I've seen Lotus cosplayers. I've seen Lotus cosplayers before.
Sukin.
But that wasn't Lotus.
The trigger. Nothing happens. Zada reports engines offline. Shields offline.
Yay! I'm glad I have enough resources for this.
Personal life.
Yes, if you want to add me, go ahead.
The first missiles hit. Sukin, along with his gunnery chair, is sucked into the infinite. I watch as the port nacelle detonates. We are spinning. Zada calls for assistance. I am silent.
Communications?
Proteus attempts to save our engines proves fatal. I watch.
This is you think you're Honey Badger Steve still? I found you.
At the helm, she beholds the distant flash of torpedo tubes. She says my name. The viewplate blossoms. She ceases to exist.
Just gonna float next to you, yeah? Just hover menacing. Oh, hi.
Reconstruction begins.
What?
Starboard nacelle reinforced. Soon, cognitive geometries will self-assemble.
Self-assemble fifth-dimensional cognitive geometries. What?
Tail section data to your orbiter.
Okay. Tail section. Okay. Navigation? Okay, yeah. Or did it say I actually have to go back to my orbiter? Because it's not giving me a thing up here anymore. Pick a blessing? I don't know, money. I need money. Cool. Ooh. Yes, excellent. Recover tail section. Okay. Okale. Wait, did I invite Carrie into the thing and not actually accept the friend thing? Is that what I did? There's a statue of me in the courtyard now? What? Oh, I didn't accept the friend thing. God damn it. I'm an idiot. Gamora the Invincible. Which one of you is that? Yoink, yoink. Why does Carrie's weirdly look like a bunny? Me, sorry? Okay, thank you for telling me, Thakbar. I'll accept it in just a second.
High probability of railjack tail section nearby.
It's fine.
Hostiles and mark for retrieval.
Okay. Anywho's. Whee! Bye. Oh, where's my tag? I am lost. I'm lost. Oh, it's this way. Hello. Just spamming it. Just be spamming. Coochie dust. Why is your dog's name Coochie Dust? Why are you like this?
Scan interrupted. Maintain proximity to objective.
Oh, that's my bad. Okay, there's the.
Interference drones. We have work to do.
Not this way. Oh, hi. There you are.
Drones down. Back to it.
What are all of these white icons all of a sudden?
Interference drones detected. Scan interrupted.
Okay. Not a way in. Through the windows.
Return to objective.
Are these just statues I can pick up? Is that what these are? Curia. I can't seem to pick this one up. Can I only pick up one at a time? Oh, hi!
Again, baffled by interference drones. Destroy them.
Just spawned literally on top of me. Listen, it's fine. It's fine if my drones are radioactive. It's totally fine.
Back to work. Let us get this.
Although I am kind of killing things too fast. They don't really attack each other fast enough. What are those things?
Dorsal stabilizers. Salvageable. Cogitators. Viable. Marking for recovery.
Hello. Whee! Sorry. I still fall back into Warframe. Send help, folks! Send help! Oh, somebody sent me a message. I'll have to check it later. Balls?
Another job
Excellent.
executed.
Why are we streaming, Ordain? Or can statues, you can swap them with things like treasures and RE4 and stuff. Oh, okay. Or could you for runs down the line? What? Mandatory view message, please and thank you. I still don't know what a bleeding dragon key is. Ain't got a clue. All right, do I go back to the dry dock? He didn't say anything. He hasn't gotten sassy with me. But I'm gonna live under the assumption that I need to go back to the dry dock.
Railjack. Sigma.
That looks so weird.
Top of the line. Crew. 4,890 confirmed kills.
Jesus.
Complete the mission. Preserve the crew. 13 system-wide errors. There were no errors.
Oh, I do have enough.
There was only
nice.
Me.
Nice. The first one was the hardest one, just getting the neural sensors.
In her final moment.
Warframe codependence? Yeah.
Precepts.
I mean, it does make missions easier.
Preserve the crew. To complete
That's a cool Octavia.
The crew must die. To preserve the crew is to fail.
Is
the
that?
Mission.
Who are you?
The crew exists to complete the mission.
I can't figure out which Warframe this is. I know this is Falcor.
Completed.
I like the lays. The lays are kind of funny. But I can't tell who the frame is.
I given those orders. This will take some time.
Oh.
This will take some time.
Okay, so that percentage is not accurate, apparently. Weird. That's fine. Ooh. Here we go.
You require a viable command cephalon.
Oh, that's right.
You understand.
You mentioned that at the beginning of this quest chain.
Non-viable.
I thought it'd be more. Chroma or Octavia?
A solution must exist.
Oh, Chroma Prime? Gotcha. Gotcha.
Component marked.
Yeah, I do want to get the primes that tech gave me at some point. He gave me the blueprints for Gyre Prime and Titania Prime. All right. Recover the engine. Navigation. Recover engine cowling. Okay. It looked like Varuna. I was thinking it was Varuna, but it looked like more Dorito shaped than Varuna. I do want Varuna too. I really want to get Varuna. Checking stats. Head's too short for Varuna? No. Varuna also has a tighter, like, waist. A very tight waist. I mean, I know we just saw the Valkyrie, like, what is it, Carnifex skin earlier.
Cowling
Oh.
identified. Visual verification required.
Whee!
Move in.
Place to be, things to do. You better drop some energy. Oh, it's Gamora. Wink. Whoop. Me getting stuck on the tiniest of ledges. Average Titania moment. Hello?
Engine cowling. You know what to do. Scan cannot continue.
It is also very funny, the
Operation is clear. Get on it.
the damage differences between my pixie form, not pixie form.
Scan interrupted.
God, I swear these are getting further away from the point we're trying to defend.
Back to work. Let us get this over with.
Oakley dokley. Ospreys.
Scan interrupted. Hold perimeter.
What is this symbol? On it!
Scan
Meow. Give me that energy too.
drones. Destroy them.
I see you pulsing, you little shit. Through the hole. Around the corner. Oh, somebody got it. Meow.
Back to it.
Whee! Ooh, what are you? Oh, hi, guys. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I got the duration increase. Because now if I kind of want to, as long as I keep killing things and they drop just a significant amount of energy, I can just kind of keep bullying shit.
Eliminate them to resume scan.
I'm working on it. Only got hit. Where's the rest of ya?
Return to objective. Structural integrity within required tolerances. Marking for recovery.
Within tolerances. How are they recovering this anyway? Do we have like a staff that can pick up these massive fucking ships that I'm just unfamiliar with? Whoop! Got turned around. Whoop! Too fast. Slow it down. Excellent. Get into Steel Path, she's a fucking monster. Steel Path?
Another job well
What is
executed.
Steel Path? Go right ahead, Jex. Go right ahead. Yeah, if y'all want to add me, go right ahead. I don't play this game very often, which is why, like, I'm confused most of the time. Like, the last time before last night when I downloaded this, before I played this, I had only done... Like, oh, there's Verna. That is a terrible color palette, but okay. Oh. Okay.
All known cephalons.
That's the
surveyed.
cowling?
None conform to tactical parameters.
When are we gonna fix the
None
paint on it?
possess necessary astrogation poetics. None possess a comprehensive...
Oh my god, I got the railjack piece too? Hell yeah.
Viable cephalons. Nil.
Oh, thank god, it only needed 10 of the ampules. Yay!
Begins.
Hard mode of all the nodes? Oh. Huh. Do you get fast boy time? Are you breaking out in Gauss? I like the witch hat. Actually, I like this whole skin. This is a very cool wisp skin. I like it. I like it a lot. Drops you need pretty well put together frames weapons. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Hard mode and 100 plus 100% drops. Oh. Huh. Look at this nerd. All right. Challenge mode. Who can run into a wall first? Me or Tech as Gauss? Holy shit. Holy shit. My god.
Work crews report tools down.
Tools down?
Railjack structure complete. Structure reinforcement complete. Systems restoration complete.
Oh, I'm in the dry dock. Okay, so we're good there.
On the dry dock.
Let's also clear messages because it bothers me. Interact? Ooh. Okay, so we have just pieced together a puzzle of an ancient weapon.
A railjack. Tenno, all records of my mission have been purged from the weave. Why, I do not know. I had a crew. I must accept sole responsibility for their deaths. Conclusion.
Okay, but you said you weren't an adequate cephalon for this.
But I am the only railjack-compatible cephalon. The sentients have almost rebuilt. Conclusion, I am, under the circumstances...
Okay, so now you accept that you're a viable cephalon.
If you will have me.
Abso-fucking-lutely, Stein.
Understood. I will begin the process of integrating myself with the ship's systems. This may take some time. Commencing. You may now enter your railjack.
How do I do that? Oh! Cephalon calls you to reconstruct Orican Area Interceptor Craft. The Interceptor? Huh. Okay. Gonna go all the way down there? Okay, let's go. Oh shit, Shadow, thank you. Word railjack. Ooh.
Welcome to the
Ooh.
railjack. A living thing. A home. And a weapon. Your home. Your weapon.
Is this...
Aboard this vessel, we work before we play. All
What is this?
systems integrated. Reactor still offline.
To edit its looks outside? Okay.
Power.
Maybe we have to go through
search For what
this.
is missing. The harder I look, the less I see. Tenno, be my eyes.
What are you? Examine reliquary.
Where the negative resides. My mind is dissonance. All I know is Nav is
Okay, investigating coordinates.
I urge Lua.
I don't want to bitch you stream. Wait, what? Are your PC specs? I mean, the PC's handling pretty well. What are you about to do? What are you about to do? Carrie? Carrie? I'm just a center block? What does that mean? Are you about to break out? Are you bringing Uriel into this one? Are we breaking reality? Carrie is notorious for breaking Warframe. They know Carrie by name. The devs know Carrie. I'm literally, what does that mean? Who's the center block? What Warframe is? Is it Ember? It couldn't be Ember. I don't see Ember as a center block. Rhino? Oh, I broke it. Hold on. Oh, fuck. It's already happened. Is that why I'm not loading? Damn it, Carrie. Go to bed. Good night, Ording, and sleep well. I didn't mean to break the game. What the fuck did I do? I don't know what the fuck you did. Who fucking knows, dude? Who knows? I'm kind of stuck in the loading screen. Do I need Alt F4? We're doomed to the void. I'm guessing the Demon Core Warframe? The Demon Core Warframe? Who's the Demon Core Warframe? Needs to leave squad? Okay, so if Tech and Valcor aren't loading in or anything, they need to leave. Devs banned Carrie. I don't know. If they were going to ban Carrie, they would have done it years ago. Oh, it's notorious for this bug? Gotcha. And then I'll try to invite y'all back as soon as I'm in. You know, I kind of need to rearrange some of the colors on this ship. All right. Summon the goobers. Here. Oh. Cannot be invited. I can't, like, okay, I guess I gotta solo this one.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
You are in the right place.
Bye. Is this the same layout as the last one we were in? Kind of feels like it. Oh. Okay.
Stop. Something has occurred. The periphery of absence. I felt it tremble. A desire to be filled.
With what?
To be known. You hold a key. Return to the orbiter. I believe you have found my answer.
Okay. Shut up. What the fuck? Oh, it's this. It's the sentience. Oh, we're probably gonna run out of energy and I'll have to do this on foot. Oh, whoops. Where am I? Hello. Hi. I'm stuck under you.
We are close to resolution. I can feel it.
10, 7. There we go.
Another job
On
well
stream.
executed.
I didn't even do anything yet. What does that mean? Covered in concrete. Oh, wait. That's oh, I got you. Yeah. The one that looks like a bunch of concrete slabs slapped up against each other. Friend request sent. All right, I'll check in. Wait, did I get a lens? Oh, what the hell? Wait, what the fuck? What just happened? Oh, hi guys.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit.
What the fuck just happened? Hi, Carrie. I don't. Yeah. Free mission, anyone? Oh, I can't open the boxes. That's right. I literally can't keep up with wherever these enemies are.
Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you.
I hear you. Hello. 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 I don't know. I think I just got randomly pulled into whatever mission Carrie was on.
Soldier, you have been nominated. Your glory awaits in her fortress.
Okay. Thank you for the nomination, question mark? Ooh. What is that? Not the direction I'm going, that's for sure. Maybe the first sweet, sweet energy. All right, what are these?
The enemy is
Riven
broken.
sliver.
Well done. Now get to extraction.
Okay. Whee! Excuse me. Excuse me. Has the nemesis system with the serial numbers filed off? What? Lasers! Hello? I ate my keyboard? I think that's supposed to say keyboard. I see keyboard.
Mission complete.
A potential lich. What do you mean lich? Glitch or lich? To melt from Carrie the brick. Why would it melt from that? I have questions. That's okay. I'll take a free mission complete. Okay. Oh, what the fuck is happening?
We maggots live not long.
Am I suddenly getting the cutscene for Mutilus Bad or whatever his name is?
What? Kill. Maybe Queen's notice.
Kuva? Mutilus Kuva?
The old blood. We are maggots, but eventually, even maggots.
Didn't I thought I already did this mission. Kuva Liches and Sisters of Parvos. Special enemies who can jump you if you take a mission at the same planet as them, and each time you beat them, they get stronger until you can't take them out. Oh. Ooh, interesting. Spirit of Rod, but not me. Ever siphon drop the old Vod makes my fortress grow stronger. Oh, okay. That was the first time I did that mission. That's probably why it did that. I'm guessing. Okay, I need to do the social thing, friends, accept Jack. I don't want to accidentally click the wrong thing. Okay, hard. Go back. Time for the boob on a stick? All right, hold on. Activate the reliquary drive. Oh, it is a quest mission. Okay, I'm going to the relay. Suspected. Hi, Syria. How are you doing? Oh, do I need to go to... Looks like I need to go onto the ship, I'm guessing. Yep. Okay, I was right. Welcome back to the squad.
Take what you have found.
Kickflip, fuck yeah.
That which I cannot find. The negative will be proven. My end shall be at an end. Begin our beginning.
Okay. Don't know what that means. Goober's a symbol. hacking knife thing. Each time you beat and execute them, it checks your... Oh. What the fuck? The fuck is in that pod? Space? Space itself. The entire known universe. God. A giant finger? Hi, Saren. That is standing really close. You fucking... Oh, it's me.
Something moves. An infinite zero. Impossible.
You fucking dork.
Recalibrating. All systems clear. Reactor.
Oh, you can see the finger there now.
Whatever you did.
Whose finger is that?
Worthy. Proceed to navigation. You have earned this. Railjack. Online. Let's take her out.
Okay, well, it seems like everything's... Again, what are these? Are these gunner positions? These feel like gunner positions. Proxima regions. Combine space and on-foot combat. If you own a Railjack, consider visiting the practice node, Free Flight, on Earth Proxima to practice piloting and learning your Railjack's layout. If not yet own a Railjack, prepare to assist the squad and work together. We all live together. Huh. Oh, are we gonna do Free Flight? I don't know if it's necessary. Oh wait, spoilers? Did the space pod just coom? Okay, I don't know how to do this. We could do the silver straight. Ooh. I want to customize it. I want to customize it. Are we playing Star Citizen now? Is that what this is? Is this Star Citizen now? Two years gets good. I mean, it's the default Railjack, so... Ooh. So how much can it suck? Probably as much as it possibly can, really. To say, I literally just finished the mission, so it's probably as bad as it can be.
Well, look at you.
45 grand on the Railjack? Yeah. Dragon Watcher, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hey, it's only 1 grand in Star Citizen, okay? You're playing Sci-Fi Sea of Thieves? That makes sense.
Step inside, step inside.
Oh. Oh god, I'm lagging. Oh.
You are now equipped with an Omni. The Omni is a combination tool. Use it to extinguish fires, seal hull breaches, and for a fast recall to the Railjack.
Okay. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this interface. Hi, Hag. Oh god, this thing moves. L for tactical. Such a strange piloting system. No boost, it seems. Okay, so that's mouse click. It looks like I have 13 of those. Okay, but can I rapid fire? No. Okay, that's a missile. No. Okay, no, I have 13 in total. What are your graphics? Oh, what the fuck is that? Wait, what just happened? Interesting. What the fuck? What did you do? Wait, are those inside the ship? What the fuck was that? Level 1 tactical required. I don't have that. How do you exit the, Oh, it's X. Okay. Fucking dork. That's navigation. Forward artillery. Dorsal turret. This would be ventral turret. Right up here. Hello. Elevator? Rank 3 gunnery required. Okay. Uni. Oh. Forge ready. What did I just do? Huh. Oh, y'all broke out the void rings? Okay. A void ammo buff on it? Oh, good lord. Now I see the mods, the devs know carry by name? Yeah. Oh. Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all like this? Oh, Jesus. Such a peaceful day, isn't it? How do we go back? I want to go back. Although I also don't think there's much of a reason to do this right now. Oh God, does every single planet have its own? Well, it looks like it has progression because we can't actually interact with any of these. Try knock. Doesn't seem like I can actually go. Jesus Christ. Bacchus Dojo? Oh. Oh man, Sugar Poo, when did you ask that? I missed that earlier. I just saw it down at the bottom. But I think now we have just everybody's kind of just filled a slot at this point. Exit? No. What do?
I got you. Let's roll.
Oh yeah, but yeah, that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, T-Stone. I'm sorry I missed it. It's like the chat is basically tucked behind my phone that I'm using to like capture. So I didn't see it until just now. I was like, wait, it said Sugar Poo in that bottom corner. All right, I want to go see. I'm probably not gonna have any customizations or anything, but I do want to go see it. Where am I? Is there one on this side? No, there's not. It's asymmetrical. I hate that. Okay. Options to fully manage your rail junk. Okay, so I'm guessing these are things that eventually I would get parts for. Armaments. Oh, none of your mods are compatible for this weapon. Visit the mod menu in your codex. Okay. I'm guessing you get mods for the railjack by doing railjack stuff. But how do I change its colors? Oh, didn't I already accept your friend request? I thought I did. Oh, here it is. Here, hold on. This is very important. Do we go dark? Kind of sucks, though, that it still stays damaged. Yeah, we'll do this. Decals? No. Skins? Good lord. Okay. Oh, there we go. Wear and tear. No wear and tear. I want to look spiffy. When did that actually change? No. Why is it not actually, why is it so toned out? Go back here. We'll do that. Accents. Buckets. Engines. Ooh, okay. Wait, what was that? I hate the railjack. I love railjack. Oh no. It's okay. Adbreak's going. I'm just gonna do color theory, I guess. Secondary color. Oh, I see it. It's the energy in the back. Actually, let's do dark. Well, it's flickering, but doesn't actually look like it changes anything. Text color. That's not really important. Toggle interior. Oh, yes. I like my shit pristine, please and thank you. Yeah. Tertiary, you're gonna be the gold. That one. Oh. Yeah, we'll do that. Detail lighting. Ooh. This one. No, I've had only colors, shapes and colors, the kinds like I've never seen. Okay. Excellent, and I'll never use this thing again. I'll never use the railjack ever again unless you force me. Okay. So we did the railjack mission. Oh, that actually looks a lot better here than it did in the coloring it section. Guess what? What? Good night, Tuka. Sleep well. Have a wonderful day.
Step inside.
Showtime here. And, oh, Cinnamon Puffs VT. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed yours earlier. All right, let me check the friends thing real quick. Friends, Franz. We don't have any pending. Okay. I think I'm going to go back. Actually, can I check missions? Where can I check the missions? Can I check missions from inside a relay? Welcome back from the ad break. Is very important for several story bits. Fuck. I mean, that explains why some of the story ones are like requires railjack. Negative? Okay, so I have to go back to just doing Maduhiki. Okay, I'm sorry.
You had new quests in your codex.
Hell yeah. Ooh. I'll do this on my own time. Wait, has it been an hour? It's gotta have been an hour. Because we were building the personal quarters module. Hell yeah.
The habitation segment is complete, and the new room is ready. Orders cannot contain his excitement. Will you go there now, operator? Will you? What do you
Ooh.
think? Not too shabby, yes? Ordis hopes the operator enjoys this new room.
Yeah. Is the most stream-worthy side quest in-game? Oh man, we'll have to do that another time then. Oh, I can just kneel here? Excellent. All right. Is this a display case? Hmm. Okay, well, at least I got that. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of stuff that I can display. Can I change, like, how crude the interior is? Yet, or is that something I need to get later? Because, like, I still have this shit in here. Something personal, kid. Let me show you. Okay, how do I do the railjack? No. Oh, wow, I can actually go straight to the railjack. Okay. Invite you to a game. Who are you? Who are you, stranger? Okay. Okay. You can get rid of the infected bit? I figured. Either that or it's like some point later in the story that I've never seen. In your ship? What? Oh, hi. Oh, my God. It kind of scared me when it loaded. Oh, that's a cool helmet. The fuck is that? Is there a jellyfish on the ceiling? Okay. Ooh. Oh, is that the railjack? Huh. Oh my God. Oh, that was so gross. I'm glad y'all couldn't see that. I laughed and I kind of snotted. Oh my goodness, that's a pineapple, not a jellyfish? I don't believe you, that's a jellyfish. Oh my goodness. Wait, what is that right there? I can't tell what that is. Well, actually the wires and stuff are still all dangly and broken. What the fuck is all this? What are you? Little constructs, like miniature versions of that like glyph thing that we saw in one of those missions? That one's dead. Okay. Ooh. The fuck is that? What kind of fish are you? Snot rocket laugh. Shut up.
Ordis is angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Hey, Carrie, what is this doing in your room? What is this here for? Why is this here? I think Carrie has a favorite thing to place. Oh, hey, it's not stuffed animals. Oh, the bobbleheads. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Oh, that's the mummy one. Okay. Good question, Nick. What the fuck is that? I have several anatomical questions. Those are eyes. Why do you have like a human-ish nose and then eyes coming out of the nose with also eyes on your face? Horrors. Horrors, I say. Okay. That's horrifying. Anywho's it's. Oh my God. Wait, are those the out? Why do you have musical instruments jutting out into space? That's coochie dust? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh. I have no idea what's in there. Oh. Oh boy, horrors. And lights. What the fuck is that? That's the biggest catfish I've ever seen. Flesh chair. Damn, I never knew they invented the flesh dentist. At the mouth? Oh. Oh, you can feed stuff. Oh. Oh. Why would you feel... No. Okay. I don't... I feel different. Not in a good way. No, I just didn't notice it. I legitimately did not notice the mouth on the wall. Huh. It's priceless. Just... No, not coochie dust. All right, let's go back to the fucking... I'm gonna go back to mine. That's the Carrie hole? No. Actually, you know what? I can see Carrie sleeping inside that hole. I take it back. I'm not that surprised. All right, hold on. We need to do... I just hear Morse code. There's like a split second. Capture Rail's manifestations. Okay, how the fuck do I do that? Am I gonna have to use like... Oh, it doesn't give me the same stuff that I wanted. Never mind. Carrie. Carrie. Oh, it's the radio's comms. Lexus. What are these? Oh, these are the Railjack mods. Okay. And then intrinsics? Oh. I see. Oh, and you get crew. Ooh. Okay. Plexus Railjack. Yep. Tamest name of the tests that I have. The what? Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Listen, it's fine. We're doing missions. Plus, like, kind of in order at this point. Well, this is New War, which didn't I do? That's War Within. Yeah, some of these are technically out of order because they existed before certain things, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. But again, New War doesn't show up here. Is New War somewhere else? Guess not. Several hours long. It's another stream-worthy quest. I figured. I mean, you don't exactly have a quest called The New War and not have it be really fucking important. But when I do this one, the Capture Rail Manifestations, isn't there something I'm supposed to get? Do I need to go, like, modify, like, the traps or something that I have? Mona Lisa, it's the only one I had to censor. I hate it. Immediately as you're ready for it? Gotcha. No, I don't. Talk to Samaris. So I have to go to a relay? Don't want to go there just yet. Relay. Good lord. Bias traps, go to Samaris. Okay. Okay. Mona Lisa? Carrie, you were one unique individual. Where's my mouse? Oh, whoops. That's Samaris.
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
Is it not letting me?
Show me your dedication to the sanctuary.
Is it the medallions? Or do I need to go look at the other thing? Do I need to go look at the other... like, over here?
This is how
Oh, that doesn't seem to be the case. Other thing? This one? That's research. Talk to big guy?
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
I mean, I already have some of the well, I think I have some of the traps. Ask about synthesis. I mean, if it makes me do the tutorial again, I don't really want to do the tutorial again. Yeah, I don't want to do the tutorial.
Show me your dedication to the sanctuary.
Are you stuck on? We're doing the Rels part. Or maybe I've already done it unintentionally. Oh, hey, credit blessing. Let's go. Talk to Steel Meridian? Well, they are Steel Meridian, aren't they? Or at least it's in here. That says, is it saying it's up above? Do I need to go?
For new knowledge.
Yoink, yoink. Or am I just goofing? Am I just goofing right now? I moderately feel like I'm goofing. Thing is though, Steel Meridian hates me. The prerequisites ask of you? I don't think they're asking anything of me right now. I think it just says go and capture the shades or whatever. It was just at one point in passing, somebody mentioned. It's just this. Is this one. Then I should be able to start it. Okay. Single player mission must be complete alone. Okay, bye. Have his traps equipped? I think I do. I did not know 100% in your gear wheel. I did whenever I did the mission.
Holy Rel, let us bring you
The kinetic siphon trap?
you have earned. Guide this Tenno so you can return to the Harrowing vessel, so that you might rest.
Right? These? Okay.
Rel's warnings. Those dire consequences. He was talking about void exposure, wasn't he? The effect it has on human minds is well understood.
Ooh.
But it's not. This isn't some kind of deep pressure bends as Margola suspected. Rel saw what it was. Truly, an entity. Indifferent. Old as stars.
An instinct? Hello? Kinda nervous. Shit's kinda dark. Yo!
My fault. Touching is too much noise. It makes me... makes me... angry.
Okay. Oh.
There. An emotion. Manifest from the game Rel played as a child.
Oh, the infected are here.
The kinetic siphon. There, Tenno. Trap it.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Do I need to shoot it? Nope. Was I supposed to shoot it?
Someone takes the thing you love.
I'm detecting other manifestations.
Cool.
Defend yourself and try to track them.
Rat, tat, tat. I don't want to go
Yep.
back.
Oh, hi. Thank you, healers.
Another. Don't let it escape. The manifestation is fighting the siphon. See if you can damage it.
Happy. Mama has a stretchy smile.
Shut up. Let me through the wall. Oh, good lord.
He knows what you're doing.
Oh, I can't get through there either.
It makes him stronger.
Oh, he chased after me? Lasers.
Bored. Waiting too much. There's nothing fun to look at.
I would like to leave. Fuck your lasers.
Good. You've captured the manifestations here. Now get out before Rel's disturbance catches up with you.
Do it. Too fast. Too fast. Kind of giving myself like a little bit of vertigo. Good lord. Shut up. That's beneath me. Okay, give me some of the resources that you usually drop. Okay.
Another job well executed.
Monster Screams don't get time to fully register? Yeah. 20 more traps, then keep going. Do I buy them from him or do I buy them somewhere else? Wait, what do you mean keep going? What do you mean keep going? Let me check once I get out of the menu. Not a lot. I do not have a lot of credits. I really don't. A degree of magnitude? What does that mean? Where's the... Oh, there it is. I was like, where's my exit button? Huh. Where am I going? Let's go back to the... We can do index again if need be. Yeah. Oh, I gotta keep doing it. To trade that's non-negotiable? Christ. Wait. Do I have to go back to the same place and keep farm? Oh, wait, no, there's more. This is a different location. Oh, okay. I see. But I have bad news, chat. I have bad news. We are going to call it here today because I have some errands I need to go run, more than likely. I believe oh, hello. Hi, desk. I forgot that we still have the desk up. But I'll probably be playing more tonight. So if anybody else is still on and you see me on, feel free to just shoot me a message or anything. I'll try to keep an eye out for it instead of how fucking distracted I was earlier. But let me see. Do we want to raid Tag again? No, we're gonna raid Anna. We raided Tag, I think 2 days ago. Uppies, please. I cannot guarantee nor describe what kind of uppies you shall be getting. Oh no, Anna's AFK. Fuck it, we're still gonna raid Anna. We're still gonna raid Anna because Anna's an awesome streamer. This is so fun. I'll definitely play some night. Hell yeah. The goat, true, the goat. It is Christmas. And she is doing a Christmas charity event for Stack Up, a veterans gaming charity. But we may play some more Warframe tomorrow, you guys. Even though tomorrow was supposed to be like a just chatting day. We'll see what happens. It's probably going to be Warframe, I'm not going to lie. I will see you guys tomorrow, though. We're going to do... Let's get our brulee. There it is. There it is. And there's the non-sub one, in case you need it. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for totally being fine with how finicky I am with the stream. And do not forget, do not be deceived. Warframe consumes all. It is inevitable. Oh, no. Is now Warframe only streamer? That's not going to happen. I can't be an only anything streamer. How long have you been here and how many times have I jumped games? I will see y'all tomorrow. Good night, guys. Have a good Wednesday.